What's up, guys? It's your boy Jamaica here, coming at you with another deck tech. This is my deck choice for the PD500. It's Blue Black Storm. If you've been like watching any streams or just any most of the content here, I've been trying to bouncing around some decks, figuring out what I want to do with the season. But honestly, if you look at like my success record, I've been mostly playing Storm decks, and this is probably my most successful deck this season. So I'm gonna run with it. There's been a lot of like times in the past where I had a big tournament and I had to decide between Storm and anything else, and I always went with anything else. Two times specifically where I remember this. The first time was all the way back in season three, where we had this old tournament series called Penny Paradise. It was sponsored by Mana Traders, which is now actually Penny Dreadful Mondays. Fun fact, but there was like an invitational series we had at the end of that, and I was invited to that, and I had my choice between like a Storm deck, which was definitely like one of the best decks in that season, or my like pet deck, which was like Mono Blue Morph. I picked the Morph deck and I instantly lost in round one. But meanwhile, Briar Moss made it to the finals of Storm, with Storm, losing to like Mono Red, which was the best deck, honestly. But yeah, and the other time I could have actually chosen to play this deck was season 18 PD500, but I chose Mono Blue Dreadnought, and I won that tournament, so that was a good choice there. But Storm was definitely a really Storm was really up there as a really good deck, and like I beat three Storm decks, I think, on the way to my top eight. So I definitely picked a good deck that time. But this time, I think Storm, not specifically is the best deck, but the best deck for me. I have the most experience with it, and I just want to try it. I think like there are some upsides of playing Storm in a long tournament. There's some downsides to playing Storm in a long tournament. Deck familiarity is a big thing, so just like knowing how to get my way out of certain situations is really good because it's like I said, I have the most runs with the deck in my like repertoire today. But like these kinds of decks are actually kind of confusing sometimes. Like there's a lot of like weird lines I have to take, a lot of thinking I actually do, uh, and yeah, it could get really like tiring on in a whole day. This tournament may be at least like 6 7 rounds for Swiss. We'll see. This is actually being filmed right before the tournament. Probably about I've had like an hour and a half before it actually starts. But anyways, just gonna get a quick rundown of the deck list. Starting with the lands and mana in general. Aqueducts, catacombs, islands. Catacombs are actually really sweet because you do need like some amount of black mana, but you don't want a whole lot because you really want islands and blue sources. So you get the islands and the giant catacombs. But you still need a couple of tap swamps because like things that like turn one dress is really good, or like a turn two ritual amulet's really strong. Aqueduct is really sweet just because it just makes like Frantic Search way better by turn four. If you have nothing and you just have this and two lands under Frantic Search, you can actually just kill people. So it's pretty great, especially like on those turn fours where you have 4 mana. You can just go like familiar. Actually, just untapping this with a thing is great. So like if you have this and any two lands, you can go like familiar, Frantic Search, and that's just got a ton of mana already. It's a whole ton of mana. Um, Speaking of mana, Dark Ritual, probably best ritual in the format. I mean, the red rituals are really good. Probably like Seething Song the second best, but if this deck had Cabal Ritual, I think it'd be definitely the best Storm deck. But Blue Red Storm, which is the other choice I had, it's still pretty good. But honestly, my big hang up with that is its weakness to Orm's Chant, because when you're black, you have to play the rest in the sideboard, which is really strong. So in that list, you can probably play like the spells, something like that, but you have to anticipate the Orm's Chant. So it's really it's really like a fine line of like how you want to play that matchup. So but another reason being black is Dark Ritual. So and Tendrils. Tendrils is a very clean kill. So I like that. Knights Get Familiar, kind of a all-star. Sometimes I didn't have these in old lists. I was looking for research on old lists. This has been legal almost every other season except for like one, but sometimes I don't play it, and sometimes I do. It's really interesting, but here I am playing it. It's just really strong. It's a good turn two play. It's really good, like I said, with the Aqueducts, stuff like that. Primal Amulet and Turnabout. Primal Amulet is pretty sweet. Some people have actually asked me why do I even play this. It seems really clunky as a forward drop. Well, if you ever flip this, which is very easy to do, it generates just a ton of mana or a ton of cards. Sometimes you can draw 6 cards with 1 mana, or sometimes you just make a million mana with a Frantic Search. It's just super good. So I'm only playing 2, especially with 2 Turnabouts. Turnabouts, the cards have been in and out of Storm lists throughout, like, the history of Pain Dreadful, but I think it's good here just because people are kind of aware of Storm. So just someone holding up counterspell at end of turn or someone holding up Norm shit, you can just tap down all their lands at the end of step and then just go off. Or it just makes mana, the worst case scenario, or as a free spell. It's a bit expensive for that, but I think the biggest thing is maybe like fogging a turn or tapping out your opponent's lands. That's the best part of it. Stern Dismissal is a flex slot, but the worst matchups are probably like hyper aggro, aka like especially hyper white aggro. So like Tempered Steel, mono red, mono white heroic, and on a third note, Infect. Infects, those are really not great matchups, especially like Infect. So this is kind of just like a hedge for that. Just a couple of Stern Dismissals, but better than Unsummon because it bounces enchantments. It can't bounce your own creature, which you only have like Night's Gift Familiar, but bouncing enchantments really good. Things like honestly just Jeskai Ascendancy. But other enchantments, maybe someone plays main deck Rule of Law. I've had that happen to me. So just having it out to that's really nice. Okay, card drawing here. Strategic planning, pretty good to fuel treasure cruise, things like that. Pierce the Depths is another weird flex slot, but I'm going to run with this today. Sometimes you just need to like find a Frantic Search or find a ritual out of like a big Mind's Desire or something like that. So this is just the next best spell. I thought about playing things like Pieces of the Puzzle or like Deep Analysis, things like that. But I think Pierce the Depths is the best of them. It's an instant, so you can play it in an in-step. It can cost like 1 mana with a familiar. It's just cheap. I like it. I played it before. I like it. Ponder, best 1-drop spell. Card spell we've ever had. Penny Dreadful. Another reason why I'm playing this deck, or why I'm playing a blue deck in general, because of Ponder. I don't think I could play a deck without Ponder this season. All the non-Ponder decks I played were like okay, not great, but Ponder just fixes everything, so I love it. Probe, good free spell, good information to go off, especially on game ones where you just kind of need to see if your opponent has a counter spell or just something to do. If they don't have anything to do, or you just look at their hand turn one and see the matchup, then you could kind of like frame your kind of mindset around that, which is really strong. And finally, like the holy trinity of Storm and Penny Dreadful, Frantic Search, Mind's Desire, Treasure Cruise. I don't know why people don't play for Mind's Desire or Treasure Cruise, but they're wrong. I think they're just wrong. These are just so good together. Frantic Search and Treasure Cruise are like, they go hand in hand, honestly. By the time I have like Frantic Search, Treasure Cruise set up, I know I can just go off that turn or just have a good understanding of going off. And then Mind's Desire, like the best thing to hit off of Mind's Desire is another Mind's Desire. There are games where like I can only like Mind's Desire for like 2 or 3, and I hit one of the desires and I absolutely destroy my opponent. So I don't know why you wouldn't play more than 4 to give yourself the best chance of it. Same with Cruise, hitting a Cruise off desire is great, things like that. And then finally Tendrils. It's the clean kill. You don't need like a big Mind's Desire to go off. You can just kill someone naturally with Tendrils, which really can't do with the red Storm version. Like double Grape Shot is like kind of the way to kill without like a big Mind's Desire. But that could be hard. Honestly, that could be really hard, especially with the way the deck is built. At least that's the way I have it built. So that could be really difficult. Tendrils is just a really clean answer. Sometimes you could just like baby Tendrils them too. Like you can hit them for like 6 or 7, and then you have another Tendril, so you can just do it again on another turn. So that's a big thing. Gaining life is actually a big deal. Sideboard here, extra Stern Dismissals, like I said. Those white aggro decks are just really hard to deal with. Tall Rand is just an extra way of playing around like them exiling your win condition, like with like a Lost Legacy or a Memoir side effect, something like that. So Tall Rand's a good hedge against those kind of effects. Temporal Fissure is an oldie but a goodie. Just good against the mid-range decks. Sometimes some games can go longer, especially like games 2 and 3. So just having like a big bounce spell is really fun. Duress, like I said, one of the biggest like enemies against this deck is Orm's Chant. So having a Duress is really strong, gives you like information. Also takes out like counter spells, things like that. Ritual Soot, again for those aggro matchups, just having a good Wrath is really good. Does kill your own familiars, that's okay, because like just having a really strong black Wrath is really strong. And then Graveyard Hate, Nihil Spellbomb, Silent Gravestone, just mostly for like Reanimator, the Oops All Spells deck, things like that. I want to bring it in as like a value card if they're playing some value in decks, like things like Varel's Dreadnought. That's not good. Those aren't super good in this matchup. Maybe like Soul Player, that's really rare in deck. But this is not good against the Dreadnought deck, because they have priority. They'll hold priority all the time. So, PD500 is coming up. It's going to be streamed on my channel, Twitch channel, twitch.tv/Shanner this is going to be the last video of Season 21. It's a really fun season. So, go ahead, like, follow, subscribe. Video, let me know what you think in the comments, but here we go. PD500 time. Alright, round 2. The PD500. I had a round 1 bye, so here I am. Win already under my belt. This is almost keepable. I already really want to keep this, but if I think my opponent, Kaliok, Duck Oregon, aka, is playing mono red, then this is a really bad hand because I already just started at 16. So I'm just gonna mulligan. I can be pretty aggressive with mulligans. This hand's fine, I think. I think I can keep this. It's kind of slow, but I think it's fine overall. I'm gonna get rid of my desire for now. Oh. Interesting. That was not what I expected. These are all really good cards. Taker Claw Mirror. Oh, that's not good. Hmm. I gotta PM someone real quick. About TO stuff. So distracted. I'm like incredibly distracted right now. The one thing about like TOing during a tournament, especially a tournament this big, is that I don't want to like leave people behind. But at the same time, if people aren't in the Discord, it's really annoying. So join the Discord if you're listening to this. Join the Discord. If you ever want to play in a tournament, join the Discord. Oh my god, why can't I... Oh my god. Okay. What I was gonna do is just hold... I might just turn Disposals now. I'm gonna ponder first. I want to land. Okay, that's fine. I don't want to go all out because it could just like double kill me. I'm gonna do this now. Okay. I think it's everyone that's playing. Sure. I could die really hard here because I'm not gonna block. Because if I don't die here, I think I can win the game, but I don't know. Double Familiar can just kill, maybe. I would have to, like, cruise first. No, I have to search, then cruise. I guess I can, like, probe them now and see if I die here. I do another frantic search. Oh, I'm dead. Oh, I'm dead. Oh, I'm really dead here. Yeah, I'm just dead. Okay. That was good. There's no spoiler. Spoiler alert, I died. Double Invigorate, Gore Clan, that's a lot. Just a lot of damage. Okay, so I want to bring in all the dismissals here. Probably the Ritual. I think Ritual's fine. It's not good against Blight Mamba, but everything else it's fine against. I'm going to cut these amulets. They could be a bit slow in this matchup. I actually like Probe. It just helps me. I could play Duress, maybe. I think it's like too slow for those. Turnabout's not bad as like a fog effect, so I want to keep that in. This is one of the matchups I was actually kind of worried about in general. I think it's just a really fast matchup. That it's actually just faster than Storm in general. Alright, I'm gonna cut Peer Through Depths. And I think a Treasure Cruise I'm gonna cut for now. It could be a bit slow. So, but I don't like cutting cruises here, but I think it's the best I could do. I think everyone's playing that should be playing. Which is good. Alright, so I can focus, I guess. I should move this window back. Wait, what? What's that? Oh, that's a different thing. Okay. Uh, can I keep his hand on the strength of Stern Dismissal? I don't know. By the way, if they went all in and it just Stern Dismissal their guy, I think it could have actually, like, won that. I'm gonna keep, I guess. Just on the fact that the knowledge from the last round, where Stern Dismissal seem really decent. I don't have any other card drawing spells. I'd like to draw a Ponder at some point. They're mulliganing to 5. I said Keck W. Okay. I mean, this Infect deck mullins aggressively. I think they could really win just out of a really low mulligan, so I'm not super worried about that for them. Okay. I'd look at Black Source, please. Okay. Hopefully they don't have like Vines of Basswood or something. But I'm gonna just take this. Okay, so they have the goods. There you know. I could feel it. If I draw a Black Source, I'm just ritualing. Maybe it's Ritual Familiar, Frantic Search. I think I'm dead. Okay. Probably dead here. Alright, sounds good. Fun. Alright, that was easy. I don't know. I just had to wait. I just had to hope they didn't have it. But that's the beauty of that deck. Alright, round 3 with the Pain Triple Storm deck on the play again. This hand's reasonable. I'm gonna keep. Check out what my opponent's doing. Alright. Blue-white control. They have a disallow in their hand. That's not good. But we can get around that. No problem. Basically, way to get around to this turnabouting them at some point. But that requires a bit of setup. Okay, I want to take the Frantic Search here, because I already have a near Aqueduct in my hand. Can't attack, because they have this Condemn in their hand. I mean, I could attack, technically, and try to go off, because then they would tap out for the Disallow. But I just lose a lot of mana there. So I'll just pass. Cosmo Pools is great. I love Cosmo Pools. I think there are better lands now, but it's still fine. I want to see what's up. I need to see a second through my hand a little bit. Double lose focus. I have a lot of mana. Who's waiting? Let me look real quick. Dex, well. It looks like only these two people are waiting. Okay, drawing cards. Just kind of sculpt my hand. Try to get around all this. 1, 2, 3, 6, 7. It's a lot of rituals. House is a bit annoying, but not as annoying as like the random factor fictions. They might just keep this. Not really. I don't think they'll keep this. I think they'll keep this. Okay, they took the 3. Interesting. This is the bad part of Stern Dismissal, is that I can't Stern Dismissal my own guy. It's really annoying. But I don't really need that anymore. But it's a bad draw later. Also, why didn't I discard my Stern Dismissal? What did I discard here? The Condemn. Oh, they have another. Oh, they have another one. That's right. This is a weird hand. The Decree is the best card here. They think Weiss can go anywhere. They'll just probably not take whatever pile that's there, so maybe something like this. So I have to look again. Okay, they're already playing. They're not playing well. This is getting a bit hairy. I have to start burning through these counter spells a bit. It's kind of annoying to do so. I'm gonna discard the ritual here. Okay, double tendrils in my hand is kind of wonky. I'm not gonna lie. It's a bit goofy. I guess they're attacking it? No, they have a decree. They'll just pop the decree off, I think. Pretty soon. They're just gonna cycle the decree. Okay, they're gonna think twice, flashback. Sure. Now turnabouts are not like super awesome because they have a bunch of like loose focuses in their hand. Get you what planes? This might actually warrant a counterspell. I wouldn't disagree with it, I guess. I technically could pay for this. But I guess I already passed priority, so now I can't. It's kind of sad now because now like one land represents a disallow. Also down on time because I've just been like doing TO stuff, but I think the tournament's running smoothly on its own now. So I can kind of focus. Well, there's not much going on. I really can't do anything until they tap low or whatever. The Cosmore pools are actually pretty annoying because now it's like 4 mana and 1 land. I'm gonna just keep jamming things into the counter spells. This is going to be interesting how they tap here. Because if they want to use it to lose focus, they have to burn some um, pools token counters here. I'm kind of curious. I'm gonna see what they do here. They should just let it resolve. I think they should just let it resolve. I think they're thinking about countering this. It is kind of scary. Oh, they could just remove the other stuff from the other. Okay, that was a good way of doing this. How many times did they replicate? Let me look. I guess I could like burn a ritual here to counter it. I still have to play around this disallow, which is really goofy. I guess they're gonna burn that too now. Wow, okay. So they must have other counter spells in their hand. If I had Treasure Cruise, this would have been a great turn. Just cycling this for value. I haven't yet, but I will later. Alright, right on time. Cruise. Alright, let's see what they got. If they have any counter spells. They have another disallow. Wow. Wow. Well, their hand's pretty bad after that, so... I'm just gonna, I guess, planning now. I'm gonna turn about them now, while their only card is like disallow right now. Like, they'll just counter it with a disallow, but that's what I want. That's honestly what I want here. And then I'll try to go off with this, what I have. So there's just one card to kind of fade here. It's a Plains, so we're clear for liftoff, I suppose. But I need to draw like another Frantic Search, which I haven't. I still have a lot of draws to do, but I have the Peer Through Depths, which is going to be a good start. Okay, one unknown card just kind of scare me, but I really can't play around anything anymore. Alright, there's Frantic Search. Okay. I haven't played a land yet. I could just double Tendrils here, I guess. Um, they did like a lot of disallows here at this point. I'm just gonna go for it, I think. Let me ponder first. Maybe you can find like a probe. This is kind of okay. It looks like it's resolving. Sweet. Just gotta grind them out a little bit. All I gotta do. They were really afraid of these primal amulets. That's really interesting. Okay. I'm gonna bring in all the duresses here. Talran could be an option. I do like Talran. Temporal's Fissure is also pretty great. Although I have to worry about like rule of law, so I might need an out with like Sternus Missile. But I can just play Talrans. I'm just gonna play Talrans. And then if they play rule of law, then I'll readjust from there. In this matchup, I usually cut in a couple of probes because I have a bunch of duresses, so they kind of do the same thing in a weird way. They're really afraid of Amulet, so I'm gonna keep that in. In fact, I might just cut all the probes and like appear to depths. Yeah, I think I'm fine with that. Yeah, I think this is fine. I'm gonna keep this hand. It's actually pretty decent. Ponder is pretty good, so just need to find a black source. This is a matchup where I wish I had a bunch more turnabouts, but the rest kind of helps the game too. All right, another duress. All right, need a black source. Need a black source. Any minute now. Okay. Find a black source. Actually, I might just pop off the amulet really early. Want to flip that ASAP. Okay. Find a land though, which is fine. All right, gonna peer. I'm gonna get the strategic planning. Find this black source somewhere. All right, there's a catacomb. Kind of have to take it. Kind of sad about not getting the turnabout, but I do have a duress, so that's what I'm gonna do. All right, just gonna let it resolve. Ooh, they have disenchant and Council's Judgment, so the amulet's not good here. Neither is the Talrand. Damn. I guess I could like ritual next turn. I could ritual Talran. Um, yeah, I could ritual Talran, then duress away the Council's Judgment. So I'm gonna take the disallow. I don't think they have Wrath in their deck. I'm just gonna make a wild guess here that they don't have Wrath. Alright, here comes Big Daddy Talrand. And a Duress to protect the Talrand. Alright, so I'm gonna get rid of the Council's Judgment there. Alright, flashback the thing twice. I feel great. I don't know. We'll see. Alright, Ponder. Disenchant, I could just make useless by never playing this amulet. Alright, let's gonna get another Duress here to make a guy. I actually play around Condemn too, they even have that in their hand. Alright, Fact Fiction in response. Another Judgment and a Dream Trawler. Oh god. Alright, something like this. I think they just take the Dream Trawler. Okay, they're gonna take the Dream Trawler no matter what. Um. Hmm. Because I'm taking Disenchant. I'm gonna just bust out the Aimblade now. Because if they tap it for Dream Trawler next turn, it's the best way I'm gonna win the game. Okay. I don't know. I don't like 4-1, but might have been better. Curse of Exhaustion. That's totally fine. I'm fine with Curse of Exhaustion if you can't deal with my board, I guess. So we're gonna slam the Dream Trawler next turn. Um, I could just like maybe attack through it. I don't know. Yeah, I don't know what it really accomplishes though. I'm not really sure. I mean, it's not bad because I mean they gain like 3, kind of play around it, but then I lose like the Tall Rand. That's really weird. Or I can't really attack with the Tall Rand. I don't know if the math really like helps me out there. Is it lethal? Oh. Well. No, they would go to 1. Well, they would attack. I could just attack twice, I guess. Yeah, it wasn't lethal. I don't think. Hmm. Okay, so I attack for 12. They block 1. They gain 3, take 10. They go to 1. So it wasn't lethal. Hmm. I guess I have to draw the last turnabout. I can't desire and desire because I'm Curse of Exhaustion here. So, just thinking for a second. That's what's gonna, like, play out for turnabout. I've been in worse situations, I think. Probably been better just to keep that other hand though, because I had planning in there. Orbs of Warding, okay. Or things I have to bounce later. Wow, it's kind of the worst Mind's Desire. Now this thing just like kind of fogs me. I'm just gonna concede. I don't want to. I think I'm just gonna lose to this. The more I wait, the worse it gets. I think. The more I wait, the worse it gets. Because they just don't have to attack. At that point, they don't have to attack. So, I think it was winnable, but I don't want to think anymore. I think I'm down on time, too. So I have to bring back into Sternus missiles. Not a lot, but just enough to kind of, like, mess around with that. I think they're, like, really gunning for the Primal Amulets, so I think I'm going to cut them. Just to keep the dismissals in. Now they're going to bring in, like... Now they're going to go back to Wrath effects, I think. Or just have a mix of stuff, so... Tolerant's, like, not as strong. I definitely triple duress them, so that was good. I think I'm fine with just having a couple dismissals. The problem with like cutting amulets is that like flipping an amulet's really good in this matchup. Because I could like double copy stuff. Flipping amulets is really strong in this matchup. So I mean I could just bring one in. I kind of cut the peer through depths, but that's really good too. I could cut Fisher. Fisher's like not. See, Fisher just buys a ton of time. Maybe I'll cut a planning. Yeah, like 9 minutes. I need some time here. This is a mulligan. It's not really good. This hand's a lot better. I can keep. I want to keep all the stuff, though. I kind of want to keep every card in my hand. But I'm going to cut the island. Because everything else is really good. Well, the food mirror in Season 15 was awful. You needed, like, as much time as possible. Because those decks were totally not built to beat each other. Those decks were like, oh, did I draw did I draw my, what do you call it? My Mayhem W for you or something like that? I don't know. Those matchups are so terrible. I could turn about them on their upkeep. And then maybe go for it. I don't know. I don't want to get Council's Judgment in here. This is kind of aggressive, but I might just go for it. This is like hyper aggressive. Okay, so they still have like lose focus up, which is like kind of goofy. Wish I kind of done it at my up. Didn't do that on my upkeep now. Hmm. They have exactly lose focus. Okay. They have a pools though. Why am I responding to you guys? Don't know how cards work. I'm actually wondering why I'm responding to every comment. I know. I'm trying not to. It's so hard. I guess I have to cut the tendrils here. Oh, it's really tough. I'll get to this. Ponder. There's a Mind Desire. It's really good. But the other two cards are really bad. I don't have enough mana for this. This is the other problem. I don't have like a ton of mana. But I guess if I get the Aqueduct here, then I haven't played a land yet, so no. I guess now I have to choose. That's actually really bad, because now I have to choose here. Um, I guess I could just Desire. Desire for 4. Maybe they have literally Trick Bind here. Okay, Duress. Double Duress. Yeah. Yeah. We're doing it. I'm a bit sad that I had to discard Treasure Cruise there. They have a curse, so I'm gonna get rid of curse. They had lose focus. They never lose focus anything. Wow. They had lose focus all along, and they never used it. That's wild. That's really wild there. I mean, you were right that they had lose focus. You weren't right about them not having it. If that makes any sense. Come on, get rid of their ponder. Lose focus never really does anything. No, no, I don't want to. I don't have to play around the entire game. No, I think you're wrong. I think your opponent. I think Landon is actually a pretty good opponent. So yeah, I could have cruised first. It's also correct. I have to have like exactly Treasure Cruise here to storm off. Oh yeah, instead of just like letting the land bounce back. Yeah, you're right. Like float the mana. Yeah, I do that all the time. I do that as a habit. It's a really bad habit. You're right. No, you're right about that. That's like a terrible habit I have. This is an orbs. Okay. I have the Fisher in my hand. I have the Fisher in my deck, though. And, oh, this don't do anything anymore. These don't do anything. I could play faster, I guess. All right, there's a Fisher, but there's a bunch of other cards I really want. I have to just wait. Any inkling that I can go for it, I'm going for it, by the way. Yeah, basically. I don't need any more lands. Pretty good. Pretty good on mana now. Especially with the Dark Ritual in my hand. They have a counter spell here. They should use it. Should absolutely use that there. Okay. Now I'm gonna play the land because I just want to do this. I'm gonna bounce a lot of stuff this turn. This has to hit. Like, absolutely has to hit here. That's good. Hmm. I'm gonna duress them, so I don't think I need the ritual anymore. Hmm. They have a ton of spells here. Can't attack into the orbs of warding. That's a reasonable disallow, but I still get to get this, which is the end game here, I guess. They have to counter that too, I guess. I have no bounce for this, so I don't know what to do here. I have like one Talrand left in my deck. Um, I have to make a million Drakes. I guess I have to make a million Drakes. They still have to counter the actual temporal Fissure. Yeah, Crazy Melody, you just deal with all the questions. You can deal with all the questions. Okay. I'm gonna duress before I desire here. I'm not even if they have nothing other than the amulet or the orbs, I won't even care about it at this point. There's another disallow, so I guess I have to get rid of the other disallow. That's a spicy focus, blues focus there. They can't counter all of them. Okay, they're gonna let it all resolve. Interesting. Okay. So that's a blank. Alright. Okay. Okay, Ponder's good. Okay, another ritual's not good. Okay. There's a tendrils. Um, this makes mana, that's why I'm doing it. They're probably dead. They encounter the Ponder, it doesn't matter, the rituals kill. The Frantic Search would have killed them anyway. Oh. The Prime. I have an Amazon Prime delivery. Yeah, exactly. I have a bunch of rituals. I'm actually so surprised they didn't counter the Fisher. If they had double foot. They had double disallow there, but I don't know. I got kind of lucky. I'm not gonna lie, I got really lucky there. Not gonna lie, a little luck there. That's a crazy one to navigate. That last match was crazy to navigate. But this hand's really good. I'm gonna keep. I don't know what my opponent's playing. We'll see. Snow-covered plains. The hand just got better. Those are all really good cards. All right. Prophetic Prism, huh? It's interesting. I don't know what my opponent. I really don't know what's happening now. Every time you see something that's like unfamiliar, I have no idea what to expect. So I'm just gonna play as normally and just play this familiar. Hopefully it just lives. I don't know. I want a little bit of value out of it. Maybe I just wait. No, I'm not gonna wait. Because next turn, if it lives, I have so much mana here. I get so many things to do. Okay. That's unfortunate. I lost the cruise there. But I think I have another one up with the planning. Okay, it's just all them. That's all good for them. I want all of that. Unfortunately, I can only take one. Um, I'll take the Frantic Search. It's the best card there. Really all I'm waiting for now is like a familiar, and then maybe I can try to go off this way. At this point, Turnabout just kind of like is a free spell. The other thing I'm really worried about is more hymns, but I do have more cruises to draw, so at some point I had deep analysis in my last build, but instead I played Peer Through Depths. I guess I could peer for a cruise and then try to go off that way. Going on? Double white or white? Okay, Glinhawk. Oh, they're Glinhawking. Okay, it's kind of cool. So they bounce to Prism and then replay the Prism. I like that. Okay. This is very Pauper with good cards, so everything is foil too. I don't know what this does. I've never seen this card. What is it? Okay, choose a non-land card. And you draw a card. What are they going to name here? It's a 3. Why is it a 3/2? Why is it also like a 3/2? Frantic Surge. I took Frantic Surge. Look at that. Yeah, those are really good names. Oh, wow. And we laughed. Um, Name the card that you haven't. Campbell. They draw a Campbell, I'm gonna lose it. I mean, that's why I have main deck Stern Dismissals. Okay, there's the Prism. Okay, it's a Kunaros. The other 3-drop. The other 3-drop in black-white. These are a lot of cards. These are all really good cards. Let's see. Losing a bunch of life doesn't really matter to me. I think I just take the Ponder. If I find a Treasure Cruise with this, I'm just gonna go off or attempt to. Okay, Amulet's really good. There's no Vindicate in this format, so I can just okay, hold on. How much damage am I taking? 8. I go to 7. I'll be at 1 at the end of this with all the Frantic Search nonsense. Um Yeah, I'm gonna play this, I think. And if I get punished for it, so be it. They're gonna get a lot of life, so I'm gonna have to storm really hard here. Okay. 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 Well, I'm dead next turn, that's for sure. Why is this a 3/2? I can't even cast that third one. Um, I'll leave the cat's one of these, to be fair. That's like a shuffle, I guess. Hmm. Well, I have to discard one of these frantic searches. I'm gonna discard. I haven't made a land drop yet. I think I'm discarding the familiar, actually. The end result is I want to double ponder or double frantic search. I'm not sure what is better. Um, I'm gonna ponder first, I think. Um, that doesn't really kill. I put tendrils on top. I have to double. Then I have to double frantic search. Um, Turnabout. 26. I draw a lot of cards here. Just thinking. Draw tendrils. Um. Okay, I think I could do this. Um. Hmm. Might be bad. Could I have to keep this card? I have to keep this card. Okay. Do I just like copy this a billion times? Yeah, I think I do, right? Wait, hold on. Let me think. Um, oh, they don't gain life. Hold on. I have to think. Copy, one, two, three. Well, if I just copy 3 times, doesn't that just like filter itself? What's the point of copying it a bunch of times? It doesn't, nothing really, right? Because I just net one. This doesn't make any sense. What am I doing? So I shouldn't copy, I guess. Why did it take forever to do? I don't think I killed them here. Did I? I don't know. I think I'm short one. Yeah. Was it supposed to copy there? I don't remember. That was a lot. Because every copy just like doesn't really add a copy. I don't know. I feel like I messed up somewhere. Honestly, I feel like I messed up somewhere. Yeah, I don't think the turnabout was the line there. Honestly, top deck tendrils here actually kills, which is really funny. Because I could just copy it with the amulet land. Okay. Do I have a tendrils to draw? Alright. Yeah, maybe I'll just put a double ponder instead. Hmm. Okay. This deck is interesting. There's just like a black-white mid-range deck. Excuse me. So I definitely want the Fisher. I don't know if I want Stern Dismissal. All their creatures are like value creatures, but if they play like Campbell, then I kind of want to bounce that. But Ritual sits really good against that as well. So I think Ritual is just kind of better. I don't know. I kind of want Duresses against like Orm's Chance. This is a lot. This is kind of becoming a lot of cards to sideboard in. I think this is a match where I don't like Turnabout. No, it's good against like Orm's Chant. So maybe I just don't cut. I had to cut a 4-drop somewhere, so I think that's it. Honestly, maybe I don't play Soot. Maybe I just play like Stern Dismissal because it covers both like it covers both Rule of Law and Campbell, so it's just it's better coverage. I want the Tallrans in too. I just don't know what to cut for them. It'd have to be like Peer Through Depths and like something else. Something like this. Yeah, I could try this. I don't mind cutting 8 tendrils there. Especially if they like Memora side me or something like that. Alright, it's a mulligan. Okay, I guess I'm going to 5. That's not good to get the him deck, but I don't have a choice here. I guess. Yeah, I guess I can keep this. I'm keeping double Treasure Cruise in case I get himmed a bunch. And just hope they don't hit both hymns. But it's hard to like get himmed here and use the cruise if I don't have cards in my hand to discard. Please Black Sword so I can duress away their hymn. Okay. Okay. That's good. That's good enough. Okay. Well, I need to draw lands though, so it's not good enough. Okay. Not incredibly threatening yet, but I guess I could make a Glinthawk. Damn, all their cards are foil. Sweet. This is nice. I get to replay the Astrolabe here. Oh my god, no wonder they banded some Popper. This is scary. I'm scared. I'm scared. Shall I? Hell yeah. I love Shalai. I love Shalai. This is great. They're one more land away from pumping this. Yes, Anna Campbell. See how good, see how bad Ritual Soot would have been against this Shalai. And I got rid of my Treasure Cruise. This guy does not want to lose his Storm. All right. Well, that was fun. Roll to 5 to get the him deck. I can't. That's not a winning line, especially when I lose all my cruises. All right, round 5. 2-2, not the greatest spot to be in, but just gotta win out and just let the chips fall where they may. I'm gonna keep this hand. This is actually pretty decent. So far, Storm's been okay. I think I played really wonky. I think I played like up to snuff, but it's been interesting. If I had to go back in time and do it again, I'd probably play the same deck, but just be better, I guess. All right, let's see what my opponent's up to. Battle Screech. Okay. They're Screechers. Gotta respect this. The takedown actually can kind of kill this guy. They can go like Legion's Landing, takedown. So, oh, this is kind of scary. I don't know if I actually want to play that into this. Alright, I have 2 of them, so now I'm not as worried. If anything, this like makes it so that they just take the turn off to like attack. Or it takes a turn off to like cast this. Take down. Salva's hand really needs a Frantic Search. They can kind of go off. Like a single Frantic Search, I'm going off. I'm, like absolutely gonna do it. I think. I even go like Land Amulet. It's pretty strong. I have a bit of time. This is a Spectral Procession's nice. They have a Loxodon and a Battle Screech in their hand. This is kind of scary. Let's see what's up. Okay. Not much going on. But I don't have much going on either. What do I take? I think I'm taking the Ritual, I guess? And I can Ritual Amulet or just Cruise right now. I think I'm just gonna Cruise after this. Okay. Their hand's not very scary, so I definitely have some time. Loxodon's really weird. I mean, you have to tap everything to Convoke. I guess I could, like, Screech and then, like, Loxodon and attack. I don't know what the best line is. They could Screech Flashback. Okay, they have Virtue. That's really good. This is just a 2-turn clock now. That was a good draw. And they can still Loxodon, which is really great. This is going to be really awkward because I could definitely, like, Desire for 2, but I also have a Ponder in my hand, so I'm very limited to blue mana right now. Okay, that was the perfect draw. So we're gonna do the thing. The last card is a Battle Screech. It was actually the perfect card here. Okay, I only have like one opportunity to cast one spell here. So it's gotta be the Ponder. I have 5 mana for the Desire here. It's better hit like a Frantic Surge. That'd be really nice. I'm kind of due, I guess. I'm like kind of due. Cruise is not bad either because I have the land drop here, and I get like a free card. I guess I get an extra card here. All right. I mean, this has to hit a bunch of untapped stuff because I have double tendrils in my hand. So I have to hit the rest of the rituals or a bunch of frantic searches. Or a bunch of more Mind's Desires, obviously. That'd be nice. Okay, 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 okay. Okay, none of that was good. That's really bad. I mean, that's actually a game. I just kind of whiffed there. That's a big whiff. Oh, that's unfortunate. Rituals would have been nice. A ritual would have been good. I think I could have like lived a couple turns, but it's been unfortunate. All right, this matchup is kind of weird. Ritual's really good. Stern Spells is really good, but I'm kind of worried about Orm's Chant too. So I think I'm just gonna bring Dismissals. Oh, do I want to bring Dismissal? Yeah, I mean they're pretty deep. I don't know how deep they'll go here. I just want to bring in Duresses and just kind of be done with it. Just to get the probes. Two more Storm. It shuffles every time, so you wouldn't really know. Every time you hit a Desire, it shuffles your library. I don't think it just peels the top. This is almost a keep. This is a wacky keep. This would be kind of wacky, honestly. I think I'm gonna mulligan now. This hand's better-ish. This hand's kind of better. Kinda. I'm gonna keep this one. But it's kind of relies on ritual, so it's just carrying really hard. Which is kind of scary, to be honest. But I'm gonna keep. I don't like being down a game against like an Orm's Chant deck. Or potentially Orm's Chant. Like, it's not good. It's not really a good feeling. Okay, they mulled a 5. It's okay. I'm down for us both having mediocre hands. Kind of down for that. Okay. A good start for them. Ponder be nice here. Ponder be great. Um... Oh, Force of Virtue. I love it. The instant speed, Glorious Anthem. Love it. Plenty of time, though. Plenty of time just kind of do my thing. Okay. I think it's a good enough time to actually, like, sit. I think it's actually a really good time to sit here. Because I don't want to flip, I don't want to flip this amulet. I don't want this amulet to flip at all, so... Or the landing, rather. Okay. This is a Spectral Procession? Oh, come on! Okay, I'm almost there, though, in terms of, like, storming. I'm good on mana, I think. So, I need, like, action. Okay, a little late. You're a little late. It's okay, I guess. I can go off with just this, to be fair. If I drew a Treasure Cruise at some point, that'd be great. Okay, those are all really good cards. I'm still kind of worried that the last card is a Mind's Desire, to be completely honest with you. Or, I'm sorry, Form's Chant. That's definitely a possibility. Man, I really wanted to rest them. I really wanted to rest them here, but I have to discard it. This is gonna be really bad if the last card's Form's Chant. I'm actually short a mana. Never mind. I guess I could familiar. I could familiar Frantic Search now. Hold on. Hold on, hold on. Turnabout's too much mana. Uh, this is tough, because now, I guess I could just, like, search again. Okay, or I could just, like, cut this off, go for the Mind's Desire. If it's a Orm's Chant, I have a Treasure Cruise later. It's kind of a hedge. It's kind of a hedge, I guess. Yeah, I'm just gonna hedge my bets here. I'm just playing. I'm playing super safe. Okay. 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 What if their card is Blossoming Defense? They would have done it already. I suppose they would have kept it already. They're like not F6ing though. I should have held. I could have actually played around all this, maybe? I don't know. Maybe we're just gonna keep going, I guess. Okay. Oh, they're conceding. Good. Okay. Okay. I'm gonna cut a duress. After actually, for all that, I might actually cut a duress. I want the peers. I actually really want the peers in this matchup. I don't think they have storm hate. I'm just putting it out there. I don't really think they have storm hate. I want more like velocity. I want a bit more velocity. I'm keeping. I think his hand's actually not bad. With a ponder on the draw, I can definitely keep this. I just need to draw a black source. No, I keep a lot of one-handers. Ponder is just really good. They're going to 5 again. Looks like they do have storm hate. They're trying to find it. Those are all cards I want. So the planning finds another land. I draw the frantic search here. They're gonna Orms chant me. That's aggressive. Or I think they're just playing the Force of Virtue. I think they want to play Force of Virtue here. I like Aqueduct. Okay, raise the alarm. Never mind. Never mind. Okay. This is a big army already, to be fair. Completely honest, it's a really big army. No attacks, though. I think they're trying to Loxodon. That's fair, I guess. Huh. Well, I need the black source at some point. I guess I just, like, dismissal a card, play the Aqueduct, go. I don't die next turn, so... This is gonna, I mean, I have everything I need to kind of, like, desire off. So, let's see. See how it goes. Yeah, they have Orange Chance. Please just play a spell just to, like... Yeah, I thought about it. I thought of them reusing it. I don't know. I think no matter what, it's a 2-turn clock. So I don't think it really matters. I don't think I'm blocking. I'm not living past this next turn. If that makes any sense. I don't think it matters either way. I'm not going to live through this next turn. Especially with Orange Chain. If they Orange Chain me, I'm dead. Not really. I guess they have... No, I'm not dead. I have Turnabout. Okay. Okay, so... Okay. Alright, here we go. So lucky. Um... I've actually played the other familiar. I could have made a bunch of mana. But there's a Dark Ritual anyway. Um, the rest is technically a card I can cast, I guess. Alright. Don't whiff. I could whiff. I could definitely whiff. I'm not whiffing. I'm not whiffing. Never mind. I could definitely whiff. So, no, I could always whiff. Trust me. But I'm not whiffing here. Safety Storm. Always Safety Storm. Alright, close one. My hand was actually really set up well, so I drew 2 lands, so that's all that matters there. All right, round 6. Definitely out of top 8 contention, I would say. Kind of my old, the opponents I lost to are not doing very well, so that is dragging me down with them. But I'm gonna forge along. Maybe I have a chance for top 16, very outside chance, but we're gonna keep going as we do. This is a mulligan. I don't really like this hand. This hand is fine. I can keep. I mean, I think Infect was a good choice for the tournament. People are doing well with it, so maybe, I don't know. I don't know what my opponent's playing, but I'm going to get rid of the Mind's Desire for now. Let's see what my opponent's up to. Ooh, what a mountain. What a fancy mountain. Wayward Guide Beast, okay. Please attack with it. That'd be hilarious. Aw. Um, this is not a fun matchup. Game 1, I definitely have to steal this. Being on the play is pretty great. But this is not a fun matchup, especially if they're prepared for it. Like, they could play things like... These are all really good cards, but I guess I'd take the Frantic Search. Can't lose 2 of those. The thing is that, like, the familiars are, like, really bad against mono red. They can kind of kill it at will. These are not mountainy looking mountains. They're not really red, but they are mountainous. Okay. Does it attack with a Wayward Guide Beast? Interesting. Okay, found the Black Source, which is pretty sweet. Just gonna try to sculpt my hand. Try to figure out what I need here. Aqueduct is really good. In fact, I probably could have just, like, cast this first instead of playing that. But we'll see. See if it matters. Bouncing haste creatures is not really awesome. Like, but I think I just have to do it at this point. Never feels good to bounce a haste creature, but kind of need to buy some time. Pretty much have to go for it in 2 turns, so I need to prolong my life total. 14's pretty comfortable life total to be at right now. They're probably just gonna like replay the land, play this Chandra's Phoenix attack, and then I just have to go for it. But my hand's kind of primed for it. It's not bad. Okay, that kind of helps out. I just want to see their hand. I want to see what they're working with. What kind of red deck are they working with here? Just kind of average or gaming, or they're gaming red. I've actually seen. Oh, they're playing Faithless Looting. It's interesting. Okay, I have an Aqueduct here. Um, okay. All right, I'll float 2 mana. I'll bounce an island here. I'll do it the right way this time. So now I get to just like untap all my Karoo lands. All right, ritual. I'll cruise now. I can only hit really Frantic Search or Turnabout. Like 1 Turnabout left anyway. And 2 Frantic Searches. I guess I could draw like a... Okay, so I only have like... Yeah, I only have 2 blue, so here we go. Okay, that's good. Okay, that's not good. Okay. Okay, that's... I guess I die. Okay, it's better not miss. I can't really miss that hard. Okay, maybe I can. Okay, now they're dead. Okay, now they're dead. I was never worried. I was never worried. I was never worried. Oh, he's a safety storm. Perfect. Karoo land, so good. Mm. We've had it. I mean, Frantic Search Treasure Cruise is just it's peas and carrots, right? All right, mono red. I don't like this matchup, as said before. Can't really keep the shocks. Really, it's all about just killing creatures. So I just kind of cut this. I kind of just do this. Tolerant's okay. It's not amazing, but it can be a bit wonky. This is not really a turnabout matchup, so maybe I could tolerate them. Alright, see you later, Jacob. Have a good one. But turnabout is really good at like buying time. I do like Amulet in this matchup. They don't really like bring in ways to kill it. I'm gonna tolerate them maybe. It feels slow. No, I'm not gonna tolerate them. This beats like Scad Clan, Berserker, or Marauder, or whatever it's called, and like Spell Shock. Some people play Spell Shock, and that's like really annoying. So, but mostly these decks are creature-based decks, so Ritual's really great. But that was definitely the game to win. Because if I lose this game, I get to go be on the play for game 3, which is a much better position to be in. I like this hand. I'm going to keep. It's a bit slow, but it has a ritual. If I draw, like... Or that ritual said, if I draw a dark ritual, I can definitely just power this out. So, I'm down to keep. Also, I could just, like, ritual out an amulet if I draw a dark ritual. That'll be a choice. Actually, do I keep? I don't know. I can't just second guess myself all of a sudden. I kept hands like I guess I've kept handless against like these decks before, and I've just like fallen over. Actually, I'm gonna mulligan. I changed my mind completely. All right, this hand's better. I can keep. This is awkward though. I want to get rid of the tendrils, but the ponder is gonna help everything. Okay. Good old village messenger. Won at least one pro tour. I don't know. Paul or Vitor Damaderosa. They played that mono red deck. All good cards here. I can't complain about any of these cards. We're gonna see the power of turn 2 amulet in a second. Hopefully. Hopefully they didn't bring in like a shatter effect. Okay. All good. So far so good. Not taking a lot of damage. I'm gonna try to buy one more turn by playing an Aqueduct Pass and then replaying the land. Because the next card is another Aqueduct. So I want like one more draw step. If they're gonna keep playing spells, I'm great with it, because the Village Messenger is not very fast. Domed! Perfect. Hopefully they don't have like a price of progress, but I don't know, I'm not really worried about price, I don't think. I guess this will flip afterwards, because I'm not going to play a spell next turn. If they play like Blazing Root Walla, I'm going to lose it. I might lose it a little bit. I'm losing it! Bogart Ram Gang, jeez. Okay, I definitely can't die next turn, I don't think. So I could play the Aqueduct Pass. I mean, I don't have any other plays. So yeah, it's going to be the play. I'm going to randomly play around Price of Progress, but I don't know if that's worth it. Oh, okay. I'm not really familiar with that list. I hope they tap out. I mean, if that means they could have like Scab Clan Berserker here. If they draw a third land, that'd be scary. Okay. I'm definitely playing around. Now I'm definitely playing. Well, they have the pump. I think they have the pump here. Okay. So I'm not worried about death. But I do have to kind of kill them now. Hmm. Huh. I can play the familiar. Float a land, bounce. I guess that makes a lot of mana. I have to hit a spell here, though. Okay, those are spells. I mean, it's good enough. I don't have anything else, so... Okay. I have a lot... Oh my god. Okay, I drew double cruise. That's kind of nice. Um... Okay, I think they're dead. Oh, wait. Cancel. Wait, undo. Hmm. Hmm. Wait a minute. Wait a minute. I have only one blue source. Huh. They're not dead. Hold on. Huh. I guess I could, like, double tendrils them here? Wait, I only need storm... Oh, wait, they're dead. I only need... They're at 17. What? Oh, my goodness. What am I doing? I forgot their life total. Silly me. Silly goose. Barb rings are not free. This is why. Oh, barb rings are not free. All right. Keep moving on. Gotta keep cruising on. All right, last round. PD 500. Playing against Shuffle. I actually know what they're playing. They're playing Mono Red. I actually had to intervene in their matchup in round one because they actually played a illegal card. But on the draw here, I'm gonna mulligan this hand. It's not super awesome. It's okay. It's okay. I'll keep. Got this tendrils here. It's only pretty good because I have the aqueduct. But starting out with a swamp's never great. I might just probe. Just to, like, no, not that's a bad probe. But just not flip this is really bad. I'll take two anyways. I'll just take two. I could bounce it later. Now that I have a Drowned Catacomb, I guess. I could flip it back, but that's probably not even a good idea. Just take another two to flip it back. Chained. Nope. I need a Frantic Search, honestly. So I'm gonna just shovel this. Okay, turnabout's okay. Feels really bad to, like, bounce a Haze Cry. Okay, Ram Gang. Again, like I said, but I mean, I guess I could just bounce this. Hmm. If they tap out for something, I guess I could just, like, bounce and maybe try to go off. It's not looking promising. I could have actually just peered through depths. I think I was supposed to peer through depths here, but I'm not really sure. They didn't activate this key to encampment. That's weird. If I draw a Frantic Search, I'm just going so hard in the paint here. Okay. Okay. They have double chain. It's going to be really bad because I really want to probe. Oh, if they have burst lightning. Oh my god, if they have burst lightning. Now I can't even play a probe because if they have burst lightning, I die. I know one of the cards is like a ram gang. Oh my gosh. Oh, I don't want to risk it. Oh gosh, I could have to ponder first. Okay, there's Frantic Surge. That's really good. There's a Mind's Desire as well. This is net neutral though. The problem is I don't like make a ton of mana here. No, I could do this. Hold on. I can't probe them. I actually cannot probe them. I want to probe them so bad, but I can't. No, it's not the play here. Did I play a land already? Oh, I did play a land. This is turn 4. Oh my god, I messed this up so bad. I messed this up so bad. I'm so dead. I kind of misread that. I didn't have a land drop. So I have to I don't know, I'm just dead now. I thought I had a land drop. I didn't even notice I didn't play a land. I played a land already. Ugh. The next card, the Ram Gang. I'm just like dead on. I don't think I'm dead on board. Am I? Ram Gang. I'm not dead, but it's close. They have shock. Yeah, I'm dead. They have a burst lightning. I just die here. Burst lightning anything kills me. See, they had it. They always have it. See, I knew they had it. You're wrong. Aha. That's only 3 minutes. Don't worry about it. They'll learn. It's happening all day. People just saying the worst things. People just put the worst lines. Yeah, just throw them to get yourself killed. That's why you have a command. That's why we have a command. That's why we have the Kaliok command. Don't believe his lies. Alright, we're just gonna play a couple dismissals, play some rituals. Hopefully it works out. This is again for top 16. If I win, I think I might like scrape top. I scraped like 16th place. So we'll see. Where I drag my. I think my opponent has the worst chance of making top 16. I have a better chance, but we'll see. I have to win first. Mulligan. This is a keep. This is kind of a keep. I draw like a ritual. It's pretty good. I could just bounce something, I guess, for a bit. Yeah, I mean, we get a lot of. You put like free in front of like $500, then people will show up. I think 77 is a good number with people with buys too. So like I think like a third of them had buys, I think. I don't remember the number. So that's pretty good. I'm looking... If I have a ritual, I just play this immediately. Okay. Not really afraid of that yet. I'm gonna bounce this. It's just 1 damage. I want to peer through depths. I want to bounce that so bad. There's a ritual. It's a lot. This is a hit. This is quite the hit here. Their hand's super slow. I think I'm taking the Ponder, actually. Because I could just find a 4th land, maybe. Okay. These are all really good cards. But none of them cast the Amulet. I don't know if I have much time. Okay, that's good. Yeah. I mean, I have a lot of time. I've been trying to play more patient, to be fair. I've been trying to play, like, really patient. They might have, like, Scabbing and Berserker. Okay, Earthshaker, that's not bad. I think I'm bouncing the Root Wall if they pump. Just to buy even more time. Can we play the Amulet? Okay. Now I'm bouncing the Earthshaker. That doesn't really matter at this point. I'm lagging a bit. I haven't restarted my client in a bit, so I have to do that before the top 8. If they play Gapgan Berserker here, it's going to be really annoying. Okay, if Spell Shock, which is even more annoying. They're the same amount of annoyance. They have equal annoyances. Okay, I mean, I drew exactly what I wanted, but now it's like kind of rough. All right. Well, I have a lot of time to draw here. Spell Shock is basically Nylon on the Great Revel. If you want to look at it that way. Hmm. I could live this pretty easily, actually. I think. I'm gonna. So I drew. I'm gonna ponder first. Cause I need. I think I need to hit here. Oh, I did hit. That's awesome. But how do I win from here? I mean, I drew the dismissal, but then what? It's like I'm kind of at a weird like point where I needed dismissal the spell shock, but then the next couple of cards kind of suck. So I need to draw like another frantic search or something, or like a ritual. I guess that's all I can do. Like double cruise and then pray. Okay. Like 2 cards are blanks. Okay. Now they're dead. They have to be dead here. No, I want to add mana here. I have this. Wait, let me. Why am I thinking so hard here? This makes. I mean, it's gonna untap this and make a ton of mana. I don't know why I'm thinking so hard here. I think I'm just gonna double ponder. Because I'm looking for specific things now. That works. Tap on my lands. Where am I at? 11? Okay. Alright, cool. I mean, it's game 3. I have to go to game 3. I'm so glad I casted. I mean, I don't think it really mattered if I didn't cast a familiar there. I had like a lot of mana. Alright, run it back. Gotta go to game 3. On the draw, though, kind of scary. Yeah, Amulet's sick. I love Amulet. It's kind of like pretty good. I'm gonna keep again. Stern Dismissal's pretty good. Ritual's nice. If I draw a Dark Ritual, now they're playing Spell Shock. So I mean, I drew basically perfect there. Okay, can't really attack with a Guide Beast. I don't know. It depends on their hand. If they attack, then that means their hand is super aggro. Yes! Let's go, baby! Love it. You love it. Right, I'm gonna ponder first. All pretty good cards. I mean, they could have like another one-drop haste guy, but I have like double dismissal. Good old post-combat land drop. Play a one-drop. It's nice. Okay. Looting if they play a bunch of root wallets here. Oh my god, I knew it! I knew it! I knew it! So much value. If I could draw a Dark Ritual here, I mean, I won't, because I know my hand. It's like it's planning the next card. I could double bounce, which is really funny. I have a bunch of bounce spells, so if they pay a mana, I mean, they're going to pick it up and replay it. Actually, if they just double pump here, I just double bounce the root walls, I think. Boom. Roasted. Nice. Okay. So far, so good. Need a land here. Aqueduct be nice. Hey, there's Aqueduct. Alright, this is good. This is going pretty well. Unless people go land Spell Shock, and then it's really bad. That's pretty good too. But I mean, I have the ritual, so I just wipe everything. It's not a big deal, I guess. I do have the ritual set, so I'm only take like 2 from this. They have another one now. Ugh. Or a spell shock. Something silly like that. But I have everything I need to go off. I'm pretty primed. Okay, nice. Let's do it. Let's do it! This is a great play. This is a great play if I just have it all right now. Well, I mean, I don't know. I have a high fail rate here. I do have a kind of high fail rate for a second. Kind of don't want to hit. I don't want to get rid of the land. I kind of need this land drop. So I think I'm getting rid of the peer through depths. It's gonna be really bad if I don't hit a land. If I do hit a land or a bunch of lands. Okay. I have choices. So I can just turn about Mind's Desire for 4. Or Ponder, try to hit a ritual or something. And then do nothing. I don't know. This is... Ugh. I hate these. I hate these choices where I could be like really greedy or like really safe. I hate choices like this because I just want to be greedy all the time. I'd like fight myself to be greedy. I mean, the first place turnaboutting myself for sure. Oh my god! But I have to hit like a ritual or a frantic surge for the ponder. It's so annoying. I haven't played a ritual yet, so I'm kind of bound for it, I suppose. I'm just gonna desire. I think I've been in a situation more than enough times where I need to take the guarantee that I storm off and give myself the best chance of winning, I guess. Okay, we can continue. So this game continues. That was a really good hit. I have a Tendrils in my hand, so I mean like that's pretty good. Briar Moss, thanks for the resub. Congrats on his congrats Iveric Kayumi aka Briar Moss on his new baby. Congrats to Hope, the new baby in town. But yeah, everyone shower him with love. Because he just had a kid. That was a strategic planning. Crap. That was really bad. I got distracted there. Okay, the game's over. I don't know if he wanted that public, but he has a baby. Too late. He has a baby. Yeah, that was insane. I mean, I hit double frantic surge, so I had a tendrils in my hand. So okay, gonna end this at 5 and 2. Good, 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 good. I'm glad. I'm glad I didn't get greedy. I'm glad like it actually paid off there. But there's definitely a decision where I could have not. I could have been super greed. There was definitely a decision where I could have actually been really greedy because I had a lot of hits, but the safe line worked out. So 5 and 2. Let's hope for top 16. All right, let's see what the top 8 has in store for us. Let's see, refurnish.
Ludwig made it. So Ludwig's playing Merpatty.
Made the top 8.
We're gonna find out right now. Who do you want to watch first? Let's see. Let me look at the matchups real quick.
I think Mono Blue versus Reanimator is pretty tasty. I think.
Sure. We'll watch that. We'll watch. So it's ending weakness versus.
Are we watching the #1 seed? That's who we should really watch.
No, that match went very quickly.
That is the #1 seed because Mono Blue 7-0 the Swiss.
Nice.
Yeah, we'll watch that one. So ending weakness. We'll go down. We'll just go down the list here. Ending weakness. First place, Mono Blue Tempo. Second place, Ear Terms. with Jeskai Ascendancy. Sorry, I have too many windows open. Third place, Merpatty with Oops All Spells, Black Red. EDL Ojutai, fourth place, Jeskai Ascendancy. CD Newlawn, I've never seen this person ever, but they made top 8 with Infect. Ludwig, crowd favorite, playing
Rakdos
Black,
Madness.
Black Red Madness. Tom Brad in 7th place, lost her last round, but still made it in the top 8 with Mono Red. And Dat Rubino squeaks into 8th place with
Mono Black Reanimator.
Yes. Mono Black Reanimator. So we're going to start with that match. It's right here.
I'm already in there. Okay. Things are already happening.
Things are already happening. Turn 1 Delver.
Turn 1 Cookbook, turn 1 Delver. All right, so if he reanimates the Sire and loses life to do it, the Delver could potentially race it if it flips right away here. I don't know how the math works out exactly, but it doesn't seem out of the possibility to me. Moreover, I think the Mono Blue deck has a bunch of unsummons, so if they just top deck an unsummon, like the nut here is flip Delver with unsummon, right? Not. I think it's Stern Dismissal.
They need to hit 5 times, right? But they can make chumpers. So blind flip here. Whoa! Okay, success.
Yeah, so this is a pretty close race, and if they ever find Stern Dismissal, they just win likely.
Yeah, they can also make chumpers, right?
Right.
So it's going to require, but Animate Dead on Runescar Demon makes all of this look pretty silly. Oh, they can gain life off the foods. That's highly relevant.
that does change the race quite a bit. That's fair.
That's highly relevant. I think I would have discarded that swamp to make food. Am I wrong? What do you need a third swamp for here?
Possibly. I guess if this lets you, what playing the. Okay, so this ponder is really nice because if they have one in the top 3, they can choose to draw it next turn. What playing the third land does is if you draw Animate Dead, it lets you like Runescar free animate it immediately, I guess, if that's a consideration.
Yeah. Do you want to do that
though? Probably not.
Yeah, I don't know. An extra food doesn't matter either because you're now winning the race because of the one food that you already have. Plus, you can make more foods with any relevant crap that you draw, like creatures.
Right.
Maybe it's probably fine, but it may even be better. I don't know.
I thought Delver was actually really well positioned. I'm not surprised that this guy went 7-0. I thought it was actually really well positioned. I was really worried about like
wave.
Yeah, I was really worried about like wave matchups, but it's only one person playing a wave, so I don't know.
Yeah, I think the Delver decks are soft to like Rakdos mid-range type of stuff, but those are
There's not a lot of that around.
Like him decks for sure. That's definitely a surprise. But they have like 3 Treasure Cruise in the main deck and 2 Spell Pierce.
So also they didn't shuffle, worth noting off the ponder.
They didn't, and they played a land, so they put a land on top and then a card that interacts in any way whatsoever with Side Insanity underneath it, probably.
Correct.
Or they play Gitaxian Probe. Hard to say. Maybe they just wanted to counter up for any future shenanigan.
I guess
a Fairy Vandal block.
I guess this is kind of free to leave those on top, like because it's just like playing a free land.
Yeah, well,
because like you make your land drop and then you make your next land drop. So like shuffling doesn't really accomplish much because you're just going to discard unless you hit a land off the shuffle.
Yeah, I see what you mean. He cleared off the whole of the things he saw with Ponder by the end of the turn of the Ponder.
So it's literally just.
He did miss one random draw in order to have a third land.
So it's dismissal bust here. Oh, they're going to try to cruise. Oh, they're cruising. So they have to hit right now.
So anything at all.
Land.
The chumping strategy isn't going to work because of the foods. So
if they have a flash, even if the creature, they could play like with the Delver.
Trade it off. Yeah, they can trade it off if they have like any.
Yeah, trading off is fine, I guess.
Ooh.
Well, we're attacking, so we've got Stern Dismissal in hand, I would say.
I guess we could also have Tempest Jin.
Yeah, Jin's fine.
Jin's great here. Jin's probably game winning here.
Or we're just dead.
Nope, they have the dismissal.
Oh, I see.
Oh, so make them discard it. Doesn't matter.
I don't know if this is better. I guess they already have one in the graveyard, so this is better slightly. I was gonna say,
but
it might be better to have it in hand.
Which one to keep the land?
Into Island Stern Dismissal. I'd have taken that in that spot.
Wouldn't they just keep the land there though? I don't know. I guess because it helps Jin's out.
I don't know how Det Ravino took that turn so quickly. It would have taken me ages to work out I wasn't supposed to discard my card for a food.
Well, if the card's divest, then if the card is divest, then I don't think it matters.
Because this is an interesting position here. So
Is it? I mean,
It's going to stay at 11 life indefinitely, hoping to draw
that, yeah,
reanimate, which would
that's
completely
not
change everything.
that's true. I mean, they need to find another creature.
Anyway, just
Another,
needs another creature, but
yeah,
they
any.
probably have. Well, they may have a counter spell.
But you kind of lock them out of doing anything. So
Yeah, they're gonna. The turn they draw a meaningful spell, they're gonna have to not do the food trick, which puts them on 8. So, but if it's even if it's reanimate, you reanimate a big flyer, and then you're in a good spot, aren't you? You reanimate Villis, and then so any reanimation spell. Okay, so that's an interesting draw.
Oh, by the way, meet 14th. That's mod still.
I tried to think where I came, and it wasn't deserved, frankly.
All right, so mono blue takes down despite the turn 2
It's interesting.
sire
And
on
why
the play.
concede there? Because they're going to take 8. They'll be on 3. Only animate dead would work. Animate dead brings back a creature, and then they chump block and die. Yeah, okay, fair enough.
Yeah, I think they have no outs at this point, or
probably not.
Maybe some. I guess.
Actually,
maybe
did they play the discard a card, kill a creature?
Oh, no. Oh, I guess Villis would draw them a whole pile of cards if they got hit once with Villis in play.
Reanimated Villis, they might draw an animate dead.
Yeah.
Oh no, you can't reanimate Villis though, because you're taking 8. You can only animate dead Villis, so it doesn't.
Right, but then you get to draw 2 more potentially. Like you could kill. Yeah, I guess it's really close.
This was definitely a matchup for. This is definitely a matchup for mono black Reanimator to steal here, because now it just gets even worse. Mono blue gonna bring in a bunch of silent gravestones. Even like Tessa Talents is really good against Reanimator.
I don't know that it is. I usually don't bring it.
You can nuke like a third of their Reanimators on the play.
Presumably has dark rituals. You know, there's a lot of ways they can just win.
Well, but if they get turn 1, they get turn 1. They don't have any like snapbacks or anything like that. So
no, and then they're not going to mulligan to 4 silent gravestone either. So it's more chance they'll play a non-silent gravestone game than a silent gravestone game, unless they mulligan to it or spell pierce or something.
The game's gonna get a lot slower. Let's be real. But like they're gonna bring in mono black's gonna bring in things like Ratchet Bomb.
What targets do they have that aren't weak to stern dismissal?
Well, like Ratchet Bomb, Disc. Those are really good. Villis.
Disc. Jeez, that's going long. How many lands are they playing?
20.
Oh, yeah. All right.
So
maybe
they bring in like Agonizing Remorse. Or
tough to get to 4 lands on 20. 4 lands with 20 swamps in your deck, but I don't know. Maybe. Everybody's mulliganing.
Played against Reanimator twice in the Swiss, and they mulliganed. Both game ones, my opponents mulliganed to nothing and conceded. But I only won one.
That secret.
I got turn 1 Villis on 7 in game 2, and then I died in game 3 to something. All right, so the mono blue player is going to 4. But I mean, if their 4 includes a silent gravestone, they can buy themselves a lot of time.
So they are mulliganing to hate by the looks of things.
Well, they might just be mulliganing to
a series of terrible hands. But...
Yeah, they might also just be mulliganing to Spell Pierce, or I usually keep Spell Pierce if I'm playing that.
Yeah, I think Spell Pierce would be fine.
Yeah.
It's hard for them to play around it and do their thing.
Right.
Well, they kept 4. Darabino has kept a not particularly impressive 6. Whoa! Multi-Bazaar.
That's big.
Yeah, Monoblack has so few outs to this. What are they playing that gets around it apart from Disc?
Ratchet Bomb and Disc, basically.
Yeah.
So now Ratchet Bomb is really good, but presumably they would have played it last turn if they had one, so they need to draw it.
Or they have a Disc.
They might have Disc, but now the opponent's going to have 2 mana up, which makes resolving a Disc very difficult.
Yeah, and they probably don't have a 4th land.
And they flipped off Deprive, so this game is over.
You put a land on the bottom if you had 4 lands in hand. Delver Blind flipped with what? Deprive. Yeah. It's looking pretty good for the 7-0 Swiss.
The game has ended. Are they playing something here? If they play something, they might even have Spell Pierce too. Or they're not playing anything.
What could they play?
Like a Delver. Like they could play a second Delver. Or something.
Oh, sorry, I thought you meant the mono black players. Oh, here comes Disc. We're going to have to deprive this for sure.
Yeah.
Is it deprived? No.
Oh, so we did have Spell Pierce. Yeah, so they kept.
Oh, that was a pretty early concession, but I guess it's fair.
Yeah, I think maybe they just don't. Yeah, maybe they just don't have any more outs.
I mean, there's still 7 more turns of attacking. So
right, but I guess at some point you're reanimating.
If you're like me and you go 3 and 4, and you never concede. So obviously, That's correct.
Yeah, but I mean, Delver moving on, undefeated still, going.
Yeah, I mean that was a lesson.
Let's
That was
see. They'll
very
face
nice.
the winner of.
Proper aggro control, attacking with your 3-power fly while they've got a 6-4.
So let's pop over
Works out great.
to Ochitai versus CD Dune. So they'll face the winner. Mono Blue's going to face the winner of this matchup. Let's go to that right now.
All right, I'm pulling for CD Newland. They beat me in the mirror in the Swiss, and their list is very similar to mine.
All right.
Get them in comfy.
CD Newland, I've never seen them play, but ran it with
CD
Infect.
Newland, they played. I played them in 7-Point Highlander.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
That's a stretch. I don't even know what that format is.
We've gone to a Jack match and we haven't gone to Ear Terms the Master of Jack.
All right, so we're giving the Glistener Elf trample and
main phase so that we can might evolve Crozer it.
Maybe the hand is known because of the probe.
Yeah.
Maybe probably we're delving and become immense and then.
All right. In fact, this is a fast topic. All right, this is fast. Okay, you want to watch your terms now? I guess.
Yes, please.
Okay.
Give him some camera time in case he loses. He is
we'll
the master of the best deck, or the second best deck.
We'll go to the other Jeskai Senate matchup, playing against Mono Red. It's actually, I think it's a pretty close-ish matchup.
Well, we talked a lot about the crab during rotation.
I didn't talk about this at all. I don't know. I don't subscribe to that.
Well,
Mono
Red deck has the crab a lot.
Sorcerer's Spyglass.
Here he is in the top 8 of the
this
500,
doesn't
playing a crab on turn 1.
This stops Fate Stitcher. If they name Fate Stitcher, this is very good. They can't. Please don't name something that. Okay, thank you. Like, please don't name something that doesn't do anything.
Yeah, Fate Stitcher is a pretty decent name. I wonder if you because you're never gonna. Yeah, I actually don't know because I guess the crab can kill them, right?
Oh yeah.
Well, there's 4 repeals in this deck, presumably.
Also true, yeah.
So
yeah,
I don't think this card really does that much, but
it slows them down. I don't mind. Honestly, when you play against these like combo decks, you want to have like pressure plus disruption. Even if the disruption's not even that great, you want layers of like little walls of protection here and there. So this is just like another like obstacle.
It's a great creature because it can attack into O3s.
I think Spell Shock is a tool that these Mono Red decks should be doing, and he has 3 Spell Shock in the sideboard, which I think is very.
Oh, really? Not the 2/2 that says Sulfuric.
No, I think Spell Shock's probably quite a bit better than the 2/2 because it doesn't have to get in against the O3.
Yeah, it doesn't have to hit through the Caryatid. So yeah, that's probably better. I've been playing the 2/2 in my Gruul aggro, but maybe it's wrong.
Why didn't you play that deck? I thought that deck was better than what you played today.
I only had an 80.9% win rate with it. I played it in some tournaments and did fine 3-2 and 3-3 or something, but I don't know. I just felt so hopeless in certain matchups. Like you just, your opponent plays a Caryatid and you go, oh, well, I've lost.
Right.
So I don't know. I mean, it can kill on turn 4, so it's never totally hopeless. But...
What do you think about killing this crab? Because I want to kill it.
I think if I had a chain lightning,
the ability to kill this crab.
I probably would kill it. Yeah.
Yeah, you could chain lightning it, attack, burst lightning into it.
I think I would have attacked with the abbot. I guess
First.
it blocks with the crab.
You could chump check it.
It's not like a Caryatid. And I mean, Abbott had to hit a land there to do anything, but I suppose presumably there's a burn spell in hand if it hit a land, and then he could have burned the crab and got him 3.
Presumably they have no Goblin Chain Whirlers in their deck because no one plays that card. But if you did, you could attack with both and then Chain Whirler.
I see Mishra's Factory, so I guess not.
Yeah, I guess
you could just about play it with Mishra's Factory. But
you can, you could.
It's tough. Yeah, we're going to oust an Abbot. We're ousting an Abbot.
This is such a brutal board for Mono Red to get through. Now even if they even play, now if they have a Descendancy, I think it's probably all but over.
Oh, but that's always true, right? If they have an untapped Caryatid and an Ascendancy, they've won the game, in my experience.
Yeah, I think that's pretty accurate.
I think...
And double Caryatid just makes it easy.
I don't get why these decks don't just jam more life death.
Yet. They haven't found an Ascendancy yet.
Why is it that we just have to play, like, only one life death? Is there, like, no room to not play, like, a second? Or... Maybe I'm just, like...
I think I honestly don't even know if the first one is necessary. To be honest, I've never seen it like.
The reason they play life death is if they lose all the fate stitches,
Yeah.
Oh, I understand the no.
They need a way to get around blockers or something.
I totally understand the reason behind it. I'm just saying, like, it's just like a every deck I've seen, or every like snowballed matchup I've seen, just like they just played a life death and just won the game instantly. So I don't know. If you have this like 2-card combination, why not just do that more?
Well, because it's a pretty bad draw.
Yeah,
average.
it's a pretty crap card compared to all the others. Like the Caryatid ramps you, the Fate Stitcher keeps you alive kind of and is a necessary evil. But the life death is like optional.
Yeah.
But I guess it gets you out of some jams that other things don't. You can win the game when you have very few cards left in library, amongst other things.
So this
I would trust
crab,
Leoterms to know. I would trust Leoterms to know how to build this deck. Yeah, this crowd
crab
is going all the way, folks.
is going to.
We can go to the other game if you want. It's like over. Wow, the top eight quarterfinals were very fast. They're all over except this one, which is essentially over. Yeah, he can't activate Fate Stitcher currently, but he's generating mana with each spell, so he'll have enough mana to repeal the Spyglass and then play a spell. Or we can just oust the.
Well, this is the last match because I think the other one's over already. And the fastest top 8 ever.
All the fastest quarterfinals.
Merpatty takes it 2-1 over Ludwig here. So we got Oops All Spells.
Our hero is down before we even watched him.
We got Oops All Spells, Mono Blue.
I think this top 4. I actually think JAC is a real dog in this top 4. Like I think it's actually really bad against every single deck in this top 4. Like I think it's bad against
Oops, right? Because it's slightly slower.
It's bad against Oops.
But it can sideboard in Swan Songs.
I think it's bad against Infect, and I think it's like a small dog to Mono Blue.
Yeah, I mean, I always think that counterspells are going to win Jeskai Ascendancy because they have to resolve Jeskai Ascendancy to win the game. So you just have to have 4 counterspells in theory, but in practice, it never seems to work out like that.
Yeah, but like the Mono Blue deck also applies quite a bit of pressure at the same time.
Yeah. Countering the first Ascendancy and hitting them for 6 every turn is also a legit pass.
Yeah, I think some of the removal that this JSC list is playing lines up pretty well against like Delvers, like Repeals and Ousts. So that's why I say it's only a small dog. I definitely think it can win, but...
Yeah, and they're not going to want to tap out for a Djinn, probably. It depends on the board, of course. If they don't have a creature in play, then it might be safe to tap out for a Djinn. Pretty tough to go off from a standing start with just an Ascendancy. I guess you need at least 5 mana if you don't have a mana creature.
Yeah, there's no Dragonstorm reps.
You just got a Fate Stitcher to the first trigger and then unearth the Fate Stitcher with the...
We need like one person not doing anything someday to like just make a chart of like the meta during the tournament, which would be fun for people. I think we used it before, but then like.
So I think there wasn't any Dragonstorm at all in the entire tournament. Actually, I don't think anyone registered Dragonstorm. I don't know for sure, but I'm just scrolling.
Well, Brian's the only one that won with it all season, right? And
right. Just saying, to address his
your champions. Well, here comes the crab, 26, 29, or 30 or something. I don't know.
I do love this.
29. All right, crabs move on. So they're gonna play against Merpatty. We'll watch that match. We'll watch the Merpatty here.
Spells, and what is the other thing?
The other matchup is Infect against Mono Blue. Oh, but we can stick with ear terms if you want to watch Merpatty. That might be a quick one.
I mean, this one's going to go really quick, presumably.
It'll either be quick or long, depending which player wins, right?
Well,
that's really true, actually.
I mean, ear terms is pretty quick at comboing, so
yeah. We'll watch the Oops deck. We haven't seen
it's actually very interesting. So in the last, so I don't want to count my chickens before they hatch here, but in the last 500, ear terms went very far, and then they lost to eggs, which is just a combo deck that's like, faster. Yeah, and so I wonder if we're going to see history repeat here, where they, kind of.
Well, they also won a kickoff once. By not losing to whatever they played against. So we'll see.
Yeah, but Merpatty with Oops All Spells, taking advantage of the multi-dual face card. I don't know what you call those, but yeah, this is kind of a nonsense deck. Definitely powered by Dark Ritual and Undercity Informers and what was the other one? Balustrade Spies.
Yeah, I'm trying to get around the tap land issue by playing fast mana.
That's
quite good. I think that if it was played more, the meta would adjust to play hate cards that are relevant. Like the Infect deck was playing Ground Seal, which he doesn't really have many answers to other than Ratchet Bomb. I think Ground Seal is very good against this deck the way it's currently set up, because also ground, because this is like the mono black reanimator decks are like turn 1.5. This is like turn 2.5. So you actually will have time to play your ground seal in the average game.
I think it's not even turn 2.5, is it? Like
no, it might be like 3.5. Yeah.
Yeah, because
of all the
you
tap
kind of
lands.
need 2 mana plus your fast mana to do your thing.
Yeah, I think so as well. But the problem is
2 mana plus 2 mana, and all the lands are tap lands, right? And so you need 2 mana plus a ritual, or 3 mana plus a spirit guide, or 2 mana plus 2 spirit guides. So it's basically you're just kind of. I mean, they do have like duress and kite sail free booster and things. I guess that's the point. Is that
it's definitely more.
And then I definitely think it's a very difficult, weird thing on turn 4, which has a backup, turn 3 or 4, which has a backup plan as well. Which is the Memory's Journey back the Labman and cast the Lab. Can they cast the Labman on your Wild Cantor? Maybe
they can't cast Labman.
I don't think they play Memory's Journey. I think their backup plan is
no plan B.
Well, there is. It's kind of so they have a Darksteel Colossus and a Shenanigans. So what they can do is they can dredge every turn for Infinity.
But does that? They don't win the game. They just don't lose.
No, they just don't lose. Yeah. Well, I mean, but if there's like an artifact hate piece, they can destroy, shatter. They have infinite shatters.
I see. Yeah, interesting. Have they started? I haven't got the game.
Yeah, this is basically just like a race to see who does their thing first. Murpatty definitely can just ritual out something very quickly.
HM had what, the perfect turn 2, but not the perfect turn 3, looks like.
Looks like he shuffled off the ponder here.
So he doesn't have an ascendancy, probably. He
Either
doesn't have a land or doesn't have an ascendancy. Probably the ascendancy.
If I had to guess, I think
Mana's starting to look a bit awkward, but I guess. Oh, here's another Astrolabe.
I mean, you can have a lot of time here as long as you don't see an ascendancy. I think Murpatty is holding Simian Spirit Guide, just waiting for this land untap for their turn 4.
Yeah, presumably you don't keep a hand on approximately 7, looking at how many lands are in play and such.
Yep, there
it
is.
Doesn't do the thing. So here's Ballast
Wow, I'm so smart. Look at that. Look at that prediction. So Balthazar Spy is going to flip over their deck. There's no lands in their deck. There's all these cards. So all the Narcomoeba is going to flip.
Look at the cards.
They could kill in a number of ways. I think the main way is just like Angels of Glorious Rise. But I think they have a Lawless Troll too, or Giant. But I think it's in the sideboard.
I think it's in the sideboard when they want to out.
What was that?
Things in order. So they just Phantasmagorian, did they? Yeah, to dump whatever they needed that was in their hand.
And there's the
whole
Rise.
Army kill through 2 pieces of removal. Yeah. Not that that's necessary because the Ascends is completely tapped out and dead.
Yeah, so we get to peek at Earterm's hand. They did not have a Jessica Ascendancy as we thought.
So yeah, the Labman kill with the Azami Lady, the Scrolls.
Earterms does have some access to some Nihil spell bombs, which I think are obviously good. Obviously, the Oops deck is going to be prepared for that, but also it's kind of weird because the opportunity cost of playing the Nihil Spellbomb in the JAC deck is pretty low. Like, I feel like it doesn't slow down your combo that much, so be curious to see how this plays out.
Yeah, you love like 1 mana cantrips or just non-creature spells in general, so that kind of fits the deck pretty well. I think it make black mana.
Yeah, they can.
I can see his matchup. They can even bring in the Birds of Paradise. They have Birds of Paradise in the sideboard. I guess it's supposedly to make them go faster. Yeah, because like cards like Alice are really bad in this matchup.
Right. You do open yourself up to Spikefield Hazard, which is kind of funny because this is like a combo deck that has to play Spikefield Hazard.
Yeah. On the Oops side, to deal with these artifacts, they have Ember Shieldbreaker, which is the adventure card that just kills an artifact for 1 mana. They have Sorcerer Spyglass, which is you could see that come in. Maybe Duress, who knows? What is the reanimate for? Is that just for the mirror or just other like reanimate decks?
Probably. I mean, it's probably also against counter spells. Like if they counter your thing, you just reanimate it.
Yeah, that's true. That's a fair point. Getting back a spy or a rogue seems pretty nice. Or informer rather. It's a rogue though.
Fate Stitcher has an avoidable game-breaking bug. Thanks, PD Mod. So we just presume the same thing's going to happen again unless Earterms has the nuts. Is that roughly what's going down here?
Well, Probe's a good start. They could just figure out what they can do or what they're dead.
Both players kept 7, so presumably they both have a hand that does the thing, or both.
Well,
I don't know. Earterms probably keeps any 7, right? Because his entire deck is just 1 mana.
I mean, if you have
He
a
gets
spell bomb, I would mulligan once for his spell bomb. I just like aggressively mulliganing, and he's like hyper.
Yeah, London Mulligan makes that a
Yeah, if you're on the play against another combo deck and you have like a 1 mana answer spell, I think you go for it at least like once, if not twice. It just buys you. It could buy you a bit of time. Okay, but they don't have any hate, so
the
here's the
perfect
carry
turn
added.
2. Very nice.
So they could die here to like Dark Ritual, Simian Spirit Guide, right?
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, they die to the absolute nuts right here.
Yeah, double ritual kills here.
This is the earliest they can lose because none of the enablers are red, so they have to have some black mana. I guess, can you Simian Spirit Guide out a Wild Cantor? Does that do anything? Yeah, I guess you can lose that way if you have the exact perfect on turn 1.
It's also kind of hard for JAC to win next turn because they already burned their probe. They might have another probe. And
Well, no, they can
on
have a
top of that-
land, right? They can have a land.
Well,
So they
no,
just have to have a green
yeah,
spell.
but the problem is that they need to filter somehow, right? So they have to cast like an Astrolabe to actually be able to cast a JAC.
Well, unless they played Mountain or Plains, but I guess they don't have Mountain or Plains in their deck.
That's what I'm saying. So this is actually a quirk of the deck that I think people don't realize sometimes is if they have Forest,
So it's very hard to turn 3, even if you have the handful of.
Correct.
Well, turn 1 Astrolabe does it, of course, and turn 1 Abundant Growth also does it. So, but once they haven't done that, they're not going to kill you until turn 4 at the earliest without a probe.
There's a spell bomb.
Spell bomb, phew! So this is shenanigans into turn 4 kill you, but it is a possibility. But it seems like at the very least, Earterms is getting another turn with the correct colors of mana to cast the Jeskai Ascendancy and no mana after that. So if they have the Ascendancy in hand, they probably won the game, regardless of what happens to this spell bomb.
Merpetti could have a discard spell, also like a Duress.
Yeah. What would you do this turn if you had a Duress and a Shenanigans?
That's a good question. You probably have to go for the Duress.
Probably have to Duress.
Unless you're winning right now, you have to Duress.
Oh, he has Empress Fieldbreaker, so it's fine. So he can
battle,
do both if he has both.
Do both.
The battle display here,
Battle display.
1 mana, destroy an artifact.
Yeah, so if this is Duress, which it is it? Or is it Dark Ritual Latin and the City Informer?
Oh, this might be the game here. Double Ritual. Oh, they're going to have Predation.
No, it's a weird Duress.
So, Lack of Predation.
I think we might have talked them into a bad. We might have talked them into a bad line.
No, they just.
But they show another spell bomb.
The only Ascendancy.
I misread the Moto.
It's 3 or greater. Unfortunately,
I understood that. I just didn't see it in the reveal. I didn't see that they took it.
That was a brave play, but clearly correct. Looking at it.
Yeah.
This spell bomb.
No, they do have a second spell bomb is problematic. Yeah.
Yeah, that's
I think that ended up being the right play because you needed to get rid of that.
Well, yeah, they were just dead otherwise, weren't they?
Yeah. I think so.
But it's hard to go for that play when you don't know if it's in hand or not. But Katie, brave. It's possible they don't have the combo, but they kept 7, so we assume they do. Like, they haven't done anything so far that was so amazing that we'd think they would keep this hand even if it didn't have the combo, right? So there's one of those pieces in hand.
It's kind of interesting. This is a spot where I guess Undercity Informer is slightly better, right? Because you can play it out and then...
Ooh, Sorcerer's Spyglass. Can name Miles up. What do you get? Spell Pierced. Wow.
Everyone's got all the answers in game 2. Oh, Spirit Guide to pay for the spell.
Of course.
And now we named Spell Bomb.
Well, we can repeal this, though.
Oh, yeah, that's true.
Yeah, our hand is Treasure Cruise repeal?
I think so. I want to say yes.
Yeah, both the Abundant Growth got played.
I kind of lost track for a second. But I mean, if they have a repeal, they can just repeal the Spyglass here.
Right. That's what I'm saying. Yeah.
Yeah.
Do they have enough mana to Ascendancy repeal?
But do
No.
they really need the repeal? I
They
mean,
do. They do with the.
like I say in the Times Notice, they need to. But now they even hold up repeal for this. It was very
Yeah.
awkward.
Yeah.
But you could cruise with no, like,
It's
you
not.
know.
Yeah.
Okay, now you have double spell bomb. Okay. So this is going to be the long side of the match, not the
Yeah.
Alright, so-
side.
Both players with all the answers. Nobody actually doing their thing, thanks to the answers.
Imagine if this is a Utopia tree. Like, just kidding.
The good thing he sacked the first spell bomb in response, so there isn't
Oh.
a 2/1 Ember Shieldbreaker to beat down with 2/3 Undercity Informer.
All right, here's the Informer, the 2/3 bear. I think this is the part of the game where you start just seeing these things getting played, like the Akum Warriors and the and the Black Blue
I think
Rogues.
Undercity Informer is one of the best limited cards ever made. It's a shame that it's part of this ridiculous deck. It's so fun in limited. It's like just about playable 2/3 for 3.
What if they just started milling the Ascendancy player?
Yeah,
Like start like
that's what you do in limited. You gum up the board, and then you start sacking your worst creatures to win the game. It's great. Terrible format though, Gate Crash. It's really terrible.
I love Triple Gate Crash. What are you talking about?
Oh my god, it was so bad.
I loved
That's
it.
one of the worst in recent memory.
You just draft you just draft Orzhov and you just win. That's all you do.
So we
There's
need
like one Orzhov player thinking they're clever at the table, 4 Boros players fighting over the really good cards.
we need to
I don't know
answer
what the other 3 people are doing. Losing.
to the repeal in hand, right? Like, what if we draw Duress? That would be pretty good. Because then they would have to repeal the Spyglass in response, and then we would replay it.
Yeah, I don't know.
Yeah,
if
the balance of power here is actually with Oops, except for the fact that if he draws Ascendancy, he just wins the game on the spot.
the thing
Right.
is that like I don't think
Has
the
he just
Spyglass
not been
really
cruising,
matter.
or-
Like it doesn't really matter right now. To be fair, like
Well-
I don't know why they're not cruising, but maybe they just don't have cruise. Maybe I just like misread that.
Maybe they want to hold. Maybe they don't have a spell, and they want to hold a spell in case they draw the JAC. So, like,
Well, they absolutely have Cruise because it's in the revealed card zone and they haven't played a card that lets them
Okay,
shuffle away.
they're gonna cast Balustrade Spy. I think they're gonna.
they have to
They might-
target the
themselves.
opponent here.
They might mill.
Target the opponent. That's right.
Yeah, they targeted.
They milled over a Fate Stitcher, which isn't the greatest.
Not ideal.
Okay, so 2
Just
cards milled.
Who draw? It's a race to Ascendancy versus some kind of duress that can take repeal, is it? Roughly speaking,
Yes,
plus the
I
kind of
believe so.
weird beatdown
I believe
favors.
Hey,
Maybe they. Yeah, so at this point, I don't know what they can have because they didn't play a land. I guess they maybe are sandbagging lands to discard to the Ascendancy. But I don't really know what they have at this point. Maybe a Spell Pierce is another card they could have that they wouldn't play.
I'm just surprised they're not cruising if they have it.
Yeah,
in their
why
hand.
wouldn't you drop 1 mana down for a turn to have 3 more cards in hand?
Well,
Like,
like I said before, it might be that they just don't have a spell. Like they want to draw JAC and then immediately cast a spell. Because like if they, but I guess
couldn't
couldn't
they play repeal on one of their own Astrolabes?
Yeah, that's
Is that
true. I guess
too risky.
Oh, what a mill! That's a big mill to hit another Ascendancy with this.
Yeah,
No.
only 2 in 29. I guess it's on par, but
I wonder if Murphy plays Slaughter games. That would be pretty funny.
does he play Balagad Recovery?
Yeah, he does.
Doesn't have enough mana to Balagad Recovery back in Ascendancy and keep up the repeal, though, unless he has a land. Oh, no, he has the Caryatid.
Yeah,
He's also going to play a land for his...
I mean, the problem is now is that the Spyglass doesn't matter, so the repeal doesn't matter because you have to deal what's on the board, which
You're
is
going to die to the 2 turns, yeah. I mean, he's
But,
taking
like-
4 turn. It's a 3-turn clock.
yeah. So it's like now you have to deal with this on the board, and
Well, Airtem's obviously comfortable with that situation because otherwise he would cruise, right? I'm
Yeah,
just gonna
sure.
check chat
I mean-
in case we're missing something stupid about the cruise.
they bought some time. I don't know if Murphy actually has an answer to an Ascendancy, so it should be a race to find Ascendancy, right? Which is why Cruise is good. All right, they're gonna hard cast a Fate
chance.
Stitcher, which fogs another creature for. Well, it's
They
not
must
gonna
have
matter.
already
'Cause-
cast this cruise.
Yeah, maybe it's not in their hand.
From
Maybe I'm just
cruise
like
might
wrong.
come to-
They're gonna Hagra Mauling the Fate Stitcher. I love this. This is a great line.
I mean, the only target, right?
I don't think it really mattered, but
You could play it in case Spell Pierce is ever relevant in this
Right.
game, I guess, is the other option. So now there's one Fate Stitcher in the yard, and that's the only Fate Stitcher. So if they have another Hagra Mauling, they can possibly interrupt the combo in a different way by blocking.
What are the chances you just start sacking the Undercity Informers on your opponent to just kind of mill the rest of the Ascendancies?
So we're going for repeal just to draw a card, I guess.
Kazul's
wow.
Fury! It's a fling! It's basically fling!
Whoa!
Swan Song.
Song.
Oh!
This
Wow.
is a big turn coming up. That was a big turn.
Yeah.
Past, and this is a big turn coming up.
I think if that was Spell Pierce, I think Merpatty had the Seeming Sphere guide. I feel like he... Not...
Alright, we're gonna start
They got 3 cards in
cycling.
hand. They got to do something.
Start cycling some spell bombs here.
They're definitely dead
Maybe
next
they
turn.
maybe they just
so-
don't have
Yeah,
a
the
cruise.
spell
and
bombs
we're
no-
just- We're just crazy.
Yeah, I
they
think
must
I was
have
just
cruised
wrong on
already,
that.
and we missed it. Actually, they have no exiled cards. I wonder in what way the cruise was revealed.
They
It was definitely
got
revealed.
Placa predation before,
Yeah,
which
Didn't they
was
take the
revealed.
ascendancy with that?
I
Oh,
believe so.
They took an
yeah.
Ascendancy.
terrible,
That's what
terrible
they took.
commentary.
Yeah. I don't know.
You're going. There's 22 cards in deck left after this. Just
Well,
needs
now-
ascendancy now, and then a 1-mana spell.
Yeah.
No, not yet. Last draw, I think. Oh no, probe. Maybe one more draw.
Oh wow. The flying 2/3s get it done. That's the new way of winning
Jeez.
there. We're Patty
Two
going on to the
ascendancies
finals.
in the bottom 21 card. Tragic.
Let's hop on over to the.
That was close.
That was
Very
close.
interactive game.
I mean, they still
Between
would
the
have had
hexproof
to.
nonsense deck and the graveyard nonsense deck.
Thank
There
goodness.
still would have been there would have been a game 3 still because that was 2-0.
Alright. Infect here up a game against Mono Blue Delver.
Oh
We're
boy.
going for the win here into
Yeah, last card is
a bunch
Vines.
of open mana. We don't need to kick Vines here. No need to kick Vines here. Could matter for a Spell Pierce or something similar.
Good payout to all the players here. Top 4 gets you 60 tickets towards card order.
I guess it doesn't matter if you have no cards in hand and you still have 2 open mana. Mana leak, maybe? Anyway.
Infect here. I
That
think it's
looks
up a
like
game.
game for Delver.
We'll see.
They now
I
have
mean,
they have no pump. Like even the best pump spell puts.
Well, but they have 2 turns. They need runner pump, right? Like if
Right.
blue has nothing and
Yes, yeah, that's true. That's true. Even the 4s will do because Delver doesn't kill them till it's hit 3 times. Good point.
yeah, 2 become immense in this deck. I don't know if they'd play
Yeah,
it.
the
but-
Timberbench is just to 9, which is what I was.
this is almost my list, except they didn't play the Cathedral. They weren't brave. They weren't brave enough to play the
Cathedral's
Cathedral.
sick. I like Cathedral. Ooh.
I kind of like it. Yeah, this is
Temperature
yeah,
like
it's
speeds
actually
up the
exactly
clock
my-
here. So.
It's almost
they-
exactly
they're
my
just
list.
dead here, right?
Minus
Just
one,
switch between
minus
nothing.
one Cathedral, and the sideboard is different.
That's 1-1, is it?
Yes, this is game 3. See, Mono Blue, I don't think it really needs a lot of help in this matchup. I think they're pretty good overall with Stern Dismissals. They can play like Entrancing Melody. Maybe that's a card you could see here. Just take their Infect guy. Infect coming on the play for game 3. So
I
that could
think if
be
you're oops,
a big
I
deal.
think if you're oops, you really want to see the Infect deck in the final, not the mono blue deck.
Yeah, just so you can turn each other faster. Turn to each other
Yeah.
faster.
Yeah, because also the Infect deck has like spell pierces, which are like okay but not amazing, and that's pretty much it.
Yeah, both of these are spell piercers, so I mean, either way,
Spell
they're
Pierce is
gonna.
kind of interesting because you can Spell Pierce the Dread Return. But...
You can, yeah, but I guess I think the oops deck can sequence in such a because I guess they could like wait a turn, right? I guess not with I guess
Yeah.
only with the one of them, not with the Balustrade Spy, but with the other one they could wait a turn till they can play around spell pierce.
And sack it in their own upkeep to cost for 1 mana, and then still have the rest of their mana available to pay. Yeah.
So that was interesting that they pondered and then probed. Usually I do the opposite unless they hit the probe off the ponder.
Yeah, 100%. I also wouldn't probe there.
Ooh, turn 1 Delver. Let's see if they're real
If I have
gamers.
no
here.
mana,
Yeah, I like
why
to
am I
stand
probing?
back the probes sometimes, but against mono blue there's so much I mean, stuff that they can have that it kind of doesn't matter when you do it.
All right, let's see this flip.
Well, it's strictly
Wow.
wrong to do it with all your mana tapped, right?
Flips a ponder blind off this
Unless
Delver.
you're worried about your probe getting countered.
I thought you meant like.
What did we tip on? What did we flip on?
Ponder.
Ponder. Nice.
Okay. Yeah, but I mean, the mono blue deck could just be dead here, right? I mean, they have, they presumably have some interaction, but
yeah, 3 Sternus Missile main deck. Couple of loose focuses.
and a bunch of two mana counters.
No mana leak. A single memory lapse, but I think mana leak's just gotten usurped by
Now, if you don't have a counter here, do you flash in Fairy Van can block?
No.
That's
hard for me to say.
If anything, you just take the one.
I pretty much always chump if I can, but I'm not sure.
I'm not against Ichor Claw Mirror because it just gets higher. So you just take the one, see if they have it. You can flash in Vandal anyway.
If you have it, they're not willing to go for it. Okay, we're on the all creature draw.
We didn't shuffle. So this is getting countered, but that's. I mean, I think you're fine with this exchange because
the blue still have a presumably unanswered Ichor Claw Mirror.
Yeah.
But Delver's actually killing quite a bit faster than the Ichor Claw Mirror, but that can change, obviously.
Yeah. The Avamaya Coast doesn't really help out all the time.
Well, they have. Oh, I guess they want to cast 2 blue spells. They have to take damage.
Yeah, I think the way Infect's going to win this is if they can just like exhaust their mana. Well, they only have 2 lands in play, so that's like a single counterspell, if not 2, maybe. Like they would have to have like Dispel or something like that. Which is there's a 1-up in their sideboard.
Sideboard. Yeah, definitely bring that in here, obviously. I think access to 3 missile in every game is pretty sweet.
1 to drop Harvest, kind of a redraw. Finds another Blighted Agent. That's actually a really good mill. Yeah, that was actually a really good
they flipped 3 lands in a row, past 3 lands in a row, so that was pretty high value.
Not great though, right? They already have an unanswered creature. I really wanted. I don't know what.
It does.
Pump.
Yeah, they want to pump, but it does. I don't know. It does. I mean, it does have some implications. Like if they play
Yeah, I mean, it makes less pump spells lethal. It makes spreading your pump around possible. It's not the worst thing that could happen.
It's also like it also makes it so that if they just jam a Tempest Djinn here, they don't just automatically stabilize, right?
True.
Yeah, I like playing the agent here. You just have to like
agent
you have
is
to test
significantly better than Ichor Claw.
Yeah,
many ways.
I was thinking for game Murpad, he's also a mod. I said best mod earlier, and he's actually the better mod right now. He's in the finals. I can't believe I forgot. I always forget he's a moderator.
But highly vocal mod.
Yeah, you teach those general people what's up. All right, probe again. All the information.
But no life and no mana because it doesn't matter.
Yeah.
This is now 2-turn clock, so we just swing, hold up whatever interaction we have, and swing again.
Do you swim with everyone though? Because like now, like the Ichor Claw Mirror is kind of scary.
I 100% swim with both.
I guess it makes it a 2-turn clock.
It depends on your hand. If your hand is like a Stern Dismissal and a Dispel, maybe you don't swing with both. I don't know. It's so tempting to put it down to just win next turn or die. Like versus, well, you still have Blighted Agent.
Isn't it interesting? Isn't this interesting how like these Infect decks also don't play Dispel? Isn't that like a great answer to like a lot of stuff other people are doing to you?
I think Dispel is fun. There's a lot of options. I think basically Dispel is a little too like it's narrower than I think most of the other options. I mean, because there's not like what are you countering with this spell that you can't counter with like Apostle's Blessing or Wild Shape or
Blessed Alliance.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah,
that's the only thing. I've gone for it before with Blazing Shoal Infect with counter backup and lost to Blessed Alliance.
That's true. Yeah.
That's true.
I think the one time my opponent had Blessed Alliance, I had 2 attackers.
Oh wow!
In all the matches I played with Infect, so
it looks like they're not attacking with a Vandal, which would make it a 2-turn clock if they decided to attack.
They cannot make it a 2-turn clock if they don't attack with both. Right? They can't
I mean, if they had
hunt the
something
Vandal
like,
twice before next
well,
turn. So, and,
they would have
This
and
is
also they're planning on
interesting.
blocking.
well, no, not necessarily. They would have to have like double opt on their opponent's end step, and then like any ponder that would kill next turn. In this sense, yeah. But double opt is like kind of a hard ask.
Oh, it's a shame we don't see what they saw with Probe.
Yeah,
The Infect
all...
players making the point that they both know
So now, I
pretty
mean,
much
this
exactly what each other's
right. I think
think
everyone knows
the
everything here. I think they
information we
probe each
have,
other.
this seems correct to me, but watch them die exactly to somehow to, 2 4s and 2 1s. It's now exactly, isn't it?
All right, they're going for Mightable Crosa.
Oh no, they're on 2 already. They're on 2 already. Mightable Crosa on the better creature. Interesting. With no blockers and showing. Well, I guess.
Well, you couldn't really block a Blighted Agent.
Yeah. I'm just saying, like, I often pump the worst creature because then they're going to try and interact with the worst creature and leave you with the best creature.
All right, Spell Pierce on the Mightable Crosa. Do they pay? Do they not pay? Well, I don't know. Only have to really fight one more spell if you're the Infect player. You do a lot of different things here. This is why I like this. But this is why I like this spell, because now you can't really like you can't Apostle's Blessing a Mightable Crosa or a Spell Pierce.
There are 5 cards in graveyard for.
Right, they paid 2.
Infect. 5 cards in graveyard for Infect. And so the +6/+6 is a win here.
Another Spell Pierce. Wow. So now they have like double Invigorate or.
So presumably the Delver player knows all of their hand apart from 1 or 2 cards, and is assuming there's no Delve card here, which is a win.
Become Immense is 1 short.
No, Become Immense is fine. They're on 2. They've got 2.
No, I think he means in terms of the damage, it's 1 short.
Oh, they have Invigorate. Oh, that's it. That's 8 on the dot. Yeah.
Yeah, so they needed to leave back the blocker.
Oh, wow. They must have drawn something that we didn't know.
Yeah.
So we got our finals. Oops, all spells against Blue-Green Infect. That's the finals that we all guessed.
Infect the hero now.
Are they?
Yeah, come on. It's you can interact with this deck with Chain Lightning and Burst Lightning. It's definitely closer to Fair Magic than Oops.
You can interact with the Oops All Spells deck with, like,
not with cards you play in your main deck.
I'd play with Purify the Grave main deck. Why not? I play with main deck Spell Bombs. I think that's totally defensible.
Yeah, main deck Spell Bomb is fine.
So as I was saying earlier, this Infect they did change the sideboard. So my sideboard's a bunch of 1-ups because I don't know what's good. They decided to play 3 copies of Ground Seal, which is the better card against Oops.
The Ground Seal completely turns off the deck, and they have no way to interact with it because they're black-red. And their only way to win at that point is Flings and Aggro Maulings and
ironically, the it's also better against a Ratchet Bomb than the 1-drop because it takes 2 turns to crank up the Ratchet Bomb.
Ratchet Bomb. So they do. So Ratchet Bomb, they do have an answer.
Yeah,
2 Ground Seal down is not game if I have a Tempest.
Yeah, 2 bombs in the main deck for the Oops deck. So definitely have a lot of sideboard room.
Interesting.
All right, Merpag on the play. That's so big that Merpag gets to be on the play for this match, because that means if they go to game 3, they get to be on the play again, which is like so good.
Yeah, very important.
Coin flip in their favor.
It's interesting how much play there is to this Oops deck, considering basically you pay a bunch of tap lands and then you play 1 card that wins the game.
I guess if this were a real tournament, they were on the higher seed, so they go first anyway. So that was kind of worked.
That's one way to think about it.
Yeah, it kind of worked out there. Do you like a button?
Elf or bust?
Is the button harvest good?
For the elf.
Is the button harvest like really good? I don't know. I see 3 here. Is that better than this like opt?
I mean, literally, they took my list and replaced 1 Cathedral of War and 2 Evolving Wilds with other lands.
I hate Evolving Wilds.
But have you liked the button harvest in this deck?
I like it. I like it. I had 4, but I cut 1 for the Cathedral.
1 elf with forest.
All right, so this could be a turn 2 kill.
Well, I mean, Merpad can kill right here too.
Yeah, sorry.
Oh.
I mean, I
No,
actually
he needs
did
black
think-
mana. He'd have to have wild.
Oh,
Council.
right. So they are kind of short there. But they get
They
Spikefield
didn't
Hazard,
play-
this
They didn't
Glistener
play a
Elf.
black land first, which maybe implies they don't have a black land.
I mean, I think this is a Spikefield Hazard. I think they're going to
Invigorate in
this.
response would also be amazing.
Oh, they have 6. Maybe if you had maybe if you had a pump spell there, you'd save it.
Yeah, if you had the
definitely.
invigorate, you might.
Invigorate's force of
Right.
will for 1 card right there. Although it looks
Yeah.
like they have the all creature draw, so maybe it doesn't matter.
Well, they could be dead here. Dark Ritual kills right now.
Well, if I
Dark
have a
Ritual
second
guy.
creature and I have the invigorate, I let it happen. I think, right?
Not,
Because there's, like,
not
the
clear to
Invigorate's-
me. It depends what
I
the
think-
rest of my hand is, right? If there's no
Yeah,
other
yeah,
pump,
but like the
then
invigorate
probably let it
represents
happen.
so much. Because like if you invigorate the Glistener Elf, then you're a pump spell short. That's so much more time. I guess it depends also how many pump spells are in your deck or whatever. But I don't know. It seems to me like there's more pump spells than creatures. So if you've got the
I
second
wonder why
creature,
they played a red land first.
Probably for that.
Oh, to have
Well,
Spikefield Hazard.
yeah,
yeah,
honestly,
yeah.
because they knew they couldn't kill them on turn 2, then they had to have an answer to something.
Yeah, if you don't have the kill, then you want to Spikefield Hazard would do the.
all right, they chose not to shuffle here.
This is crazy. We're at turn 3 and no one's dead yet.
So they are representing
No one's even tried to kill.
So if they have Spell Pierce, they can prevent a kill next turn. Also worth pointing out the Infect deck.
Yeah,
'Cause-
and then
Yeah, they would have to. You'd have to hold us.
Can they win in that scenario? Like if they go for it and get Spell Pierced on the Dread Return, can they?
I mean,
win?
the only way they lose is if Merpatty has like double Simian Spirit Guide to pay for Spell Pierce.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah, but I guess the question is, if they get their first Dread Return Spell Pierce, can they ever go again? And I think the answer is no, but I'm not 100% sure.
Because they need 3 creatures to sack the flash it
Right.
back, even if there's 2 copies. Because
Right.
sometimes people play 2 copies, like one in the board in these kind of decks, don't they? But
Right.
that's when you have Memory's Journey to give yourself more turns. But this is black red, straight black red.
All right. So this is where there's
We have
situation where
either
there
a
was-
blocker or a kill. We're not sure which. Maybe both.
So, but this is the situation where
Need Wild Shape.
they can play around Spell Pierce now.
Yeah. So now they block.
Well, they can.
They block, they can't
could.
sack in their own upkeep.
Yeah. It kind of depends, but
Oh, my.
But
This
at
is-
least I wasn't considering the block. I'm just saying like this is a situation where they can play around Spell Pierce absent of the block. Obviously, the block doesn't.
Yeah. So
It's
they're
okay
giving
playing around
Infect
anything.
a turn
Oh.
to do 9 Infect here. So
Yeah.
I mean, they can have Wild Shape
There's no
here.
Might
even
of
if
Old
it's blocked.
Crowser. No Might of Old Crowser. So
Yeah,
presumably.
This is
we
gonna,
are blocking.
yeah, this definitely just eats the Understanding Former thanks to the pump of the Acre Mirror. The natural pump.
Yeah. So we're going to
Oh, they're
sack
gonna
it now.
Oh, they're gonna sack now. They do have a Darksteel Colossus in their deck, so they won't mill. They won't die on the spot.
Right.
Okay. So they're going to get the Narcomoebas, untap, dredge, Darksteel, Colossus, whatever shenanigans, and then
Well, they
Then
just
perform
draw
the combo
it.
with
Or they
3
can
mana.
just dredge, I guess, yeah.
3 mana to pay for any interaction. So,
So if
Let's
there's
see.
Spell doesn't
a
do it. Spell Pierce doesn't do it.
if there's like Wild Shape
They
plus
sided out a
Invigorate,
Narcomoeba, or they only play 3? Or they've
What if
got
they?
one in hand?
Oh, they're gonna Wild Shape. Oh,
could be
they can
lethal.
kill. They might
They
kill
can
right
still
here.
have
if
the
they-
kill.
yeah, they just need an Invigorate. They just need a +4 here. Kill.
Oh,
They
Vines of
have it.
Vathwood kicked.
Wow.
Oh, wow.
Wow.
Yeah, this is why Wild Shape is quite good.
Shape showing...
People don't believe me, but that's why it's good.
Vixus called it, I'm afraid to say. and
Yeah, we
afraid
believe
to say
Zixus. We believe Zixus. We don't believe you.
Yeah, that's why I named my deck the Zixus Special because.
Yep.
So-
I mean, it did something no other card in the deck does there.
correct.
Won the game instead of losing it. So pretty strong, in that particular case, pretty strong argument.
That was great.
Yeah, it's
that was
also
great.
that's also why I switched to Icarclaw Mirror over the Blight Mamba because it just plays so much better with Wild Shape.
So Infect wins one on the draw.
Yeah, that was definitely great. For,
Wait, so that's kind of interesting. If they don't block,
Yeah, they just win. I think
they don't. Yeah, if
it
they don't
depends.
block-
They have there are 3 more cards in their hand. They could have had like another Invigorate. Maybe.
Yeah, for sure.
knows?
Yeah. I think it's correct to block, but it's an interesting because they gave him a free +2/+2. They gave him a free
Right.
mutagenic growth by blocking.
Oh, yeah, that's true. Interesting.
Well,
wild shape.
I guess
If
think
wild
about
shape
it.
is in hand, it's worse to block an infector. That's crazy,
Yeah.
but it is true.
Well, they could have had
Specifically
any.
for Liquor Claw, right? If because they went to 0 toughness
Yeah.
after the block.
Yeah.
That's
Yeah.
why.
But you're never not going to sack your Informer there because you win the
Right.
game next time.
Right.
Right.
I mean,
So
they could have had any
the
spell.
block means
like,
I think you don't have wild shape plus 5 more or whatever, 4 more. And
even
not
like a Mind of
block
Old
means,
Crotha kills there. To be fair, though, it's like they had
yeah.
three other cards, so who knows if they had.
It's literally only wild shape that makes the block bad, and even then, it might not actually be any worse than not blocking. So you probably, I think Mopedi's play was correct. It just didn't work out.
Yeah, agreed. It's just a funny
Yeah.
interaction.
Yeah, it's strange. Ikakormi is a strange card in general.
We'll never know unless we ask them what was in their hand there. But anyways, game 2, this finals.
Ikakormi on Ikakormi fight because you can block, and one of them gets bigger, but they both die but at different times.
So now we're going to see the ground seals coming in for the Infect deck. Oops is going to get some Ratchet Bombs, which are quite good in general in the matchup, even killing
Ratchet Bomb for 1 or 2 could be pretty strong.
And they get the rest on the play here, so they can get
I guess they have
at
main
least
deck
a
Ratchet
seal.
Bomb, never mind.
Yeah, they have 2 main deck Ratchet Bombs. I imagine bringing them the Dresses, and maybe even the Remorses, to be fair.
I feel like anyone that played 2 main deck Ratchet Bomb maybe deserves to win the tournament. That says I know what I'm doing pretty hard to me.
So, Infect, winning that game on the draw too.
Yeah,
that was huge. Through a Spike Field Hazard.
That was very huge because they got to they stole the play back. Because now in game 3, if they go on the play, they could potentially win on turn 2.
Yeah, or ground seal them on turn 2 very easily, or anything really.
All right, probe turn 1 for the Infect deck. Found a Glistener Elf. Oh my goodness, this could be over already before it started.
Well, watching Mopedi and Ear Terms as sideboard games, I feel like he'll probably do 2 interactive things this turn in his all tap land combo deck.
I mean, actually, you could have like double ritual guy here. Oh wait, double spirit guide. Found an Informer.
Making it 2/3.
It does block.
Doesn't have the 3rd spirit guy. I don't think you can block here, right? Because you win the game next turn. If you don't block. So it's just, do you have 2 Invigorates and a something? There's a Forest.
Ooh,
Forest is in play.
Found the ground seal though.
Oh.
And now we're in for a long one. We're going to find
should have attacked first, right?
Yeah, I think you attacked first. Although I guess
no way.
Yeah, no way they block. I think, but I'm not sure. I'm not actually.
Pretty brave.
Yeah.
I love the ground seal.
On the basis of elf and there's blue mana.
Yeah, ground seal basically Silent Gravestone, but in enchantment form.
Mismatch Forest, 1 full art, 1 non full art.
Yeah, we're not going to talk about that.
Finals.
I didn't want to mention that, but
finals lands.
Did they actually play against any Reanimator in the Swiss, the Infect deck? Let me see. I'm curious because I think that ground seal is just really good against Oops and really bad against Mono Black.
They did play against Murpad. Oh, this is actually a rematch from round 4.
Yeah,
they
played already against Murpad. That's what I'm saying. That's why I think it's funny that the way their sideboard is lining up here.
All right, we have a way to win for the deck that's also stop the other deck winning. So looking kind of good for Infect here. I don't know how you interact with Blighted Agent. You can fling your Undercity Informer at it.
Yeah, they totally dodged Reanimator, and I played Reanimator twice. So it's kind of funny. Like, actually, my sideboard was better for the matchups I faced, and their sideboard was better for the matchups.
Well,
Blighted Agent. Good luck to make it to the final.
That's definitely what
unless
you need
you're J-Mecha on Dreadnought, in which case it's pure play skill.
I almost played that deck. I decided on Storm. I thought it was better overall.
I'm a ground seal enthusiast as well. I'll be honest.
All right,
I've been playing 4 Spellborn, 1 ground seal in my red-green, but it's been pretty bad.
Yeah, Minds of Aspwood kicked. This could be game right here.
I mean, they could have Dark Ritual Hagra Mauling. That's the only thing I can realistically.
Well, now they can't target it, so
right.
It's only 9, right?
Yeah, it's only 9. Yeah, for sure. If they have an Invigorate,
either they have an Invigorate or they just.
Here it is. Let's see Invigorate. That's it. Infect wins.
There we go.
Zix's special takes it down.
the ground seal.
Very fast top 8.
Yeah,
I
getting
will
it
say,
done.
it's interesting that they cut the Cathedral, and I actually won game 1 in the mirror specifically because I drew Cathedral. every game I drew Cathedral, it was really good. But yeah, other than that, their list is pretty similar to my list.
That was
Wow. That was quick.
Yeah, exactly. The copium.
This top 8 was like super interesting to me because there's like all like the hitters that you've seen maybe throughout most of like the tournament scene just did not show up today. And it was all just like hyper fast combo.
I think
Mostly.
people
Mostly.
try a lot of different decks, don't they? But then
I'm sorry,
Ascendancy
Ascendancy is one of those decks that did show up, but the other ones, yeah, they just kind of didn't come about.
What decks are you thinking of? Wave.
Things like Tempered Steel or like I wouldn't say Wave. Wave is such a specialty deck. I'm a specialty person, so. But I was thinking more of like Tempered. I was expecting way more aggro. I mean, I played 2 mono reds, but I think they kind of lost out.
It's definitely true. Definitely true that in PD aggro tends to be overrepresented, or maybe not even overrepresented because it's usually very good. But
like
I thought this season all of the best decks are.
I thought that like mono red
Tempered Steel is
very
one of
good.
the best decks, I guess.
Yeah. Anyway, do you guys have time to look at the top 16 or?
Yeah, sure. Let's do it.
It's only 5 p.m. where we are, J-Mac. It's only late where you are.
Yeah.
Right.
Okay, let's go with the first place winner here.
Yeah, let's start with the Infect deck.
Crazy Bale, I think we can probably take over. So first place,
so
Infect.
This is basically my list. 3 Abundant Harvest. So what happened was I had 19 lands for Abundant Harvest, and I cut one for the Cathedral, but then they just cut the Cathedral for a land again. So I think if I was going to play 20, if I was going to play not Cathedral, I would just play I would play 19 lands and play the 4th Abundant Harvest, which might be correct. That's the only thing. That's the only point of contention I'm not too sure about. I like the rest of the list. I think Wild Shape is very good. It's like you have basically in this deck you have 10 1-mana ways to protect your creature. You have 3 Spell Pierce, 4 Vines, 3 Wild Shape. So it's very easy to actually beat interaction that way. Invigorate's busted. I think the deck is mostly I think it's mostly straightforward. The only contention is how many main deck Spell Pierces you want to play, how many Wild Shapes you want to play, how many Abundant Harvests you want to play. I think the core of like Probe, Ponder, Vines.
I found Spell Pierce to be really unimpressive.
I think it's quite good.
How do we feel about
I like to metagame against like the other degenerate decks.
Like you have the option to play a lot more than 10 creatures should you want. Is 10 really the right number? Is Ponder that good?
I think the problem is that the other creatures that you have options for are really bad.
At the end,
I mean, we're not maxed out on the mirror here, which is at least okay.
So at the end, I put a Blade Mamba by my sideboard.
I put Viridian Corruptors in my sideboard because that's what Tom Ross does.
I mean, that's fine. Yeah, you can play a Rex. I mean,
you don't have a mana dork though, so it's maybe dodgy, but
yeah,
it's good against Knight of Souls Betrayal.
I think Wild Defiance was really bad whenever I tried it. I did lose to Red Deck Wins today, but you know.
Wild Defiance is just a card that says, I know that I lose automatically to red decks. So maybe I'll bring this thing in, cast it on turn 3, then cast a creature on turn 4, and somehow I won't be dead. Right. Now I can't lose.
The problem is that like I think it like
I think it's better. You're dead by the time you untap with Wild Defiance and make your creature. So
it's just better. It's just better in Modern because you have Noble Hierarch, so you can power us up in turn 2.
If they don't kill your play birds in this deck. Tom Ross played a singleton birds before. Like you could play birds in this deck as the replacement Noble Hierarch. Obviously, the Exalted is massive on Hierarch because it's doubles up.
So interestingly, so I don't love so I think they I don't love playing Natural State. I really like Frozen Grip because of Wave, and I think you can kind of scam Wave with Frozen Grip in this deck because Wave doesn't have a lot of good ways to interact with Infectors, like other than the Wave.
I've been putting one Frozen Grip in all my green sideboards.
Yeah, I think you really want the Frozen Grip. I don't really know what Natural State is here for. I think it's just random. I think they just wanted a more efficient spell, not understanding like why the Frozen Grip was in the. Which makes sense. Like I think if I was going into the format kind of blind and I saw Frozen Grip in the sideboard, I'd be like, why wouldn't I just play Natural State, which or something more efficient, like which makes sense.
Right.
But I think
My game plan ends about turn 3 or 4. Why am I messing
right.
around
So I
with
think
3
they
mana
just
disenchant?
I think they just misunderstood why that was in the sideboard. Other than that, I think the ground seals are really interesting. So they dodged Reanimator and faced Oops twice, so they made the objectively correct call by playing ground seal over the Gravestone.
Spider Umbra is interesting.
They only
do you have time
lost.
to mess around with that? I guess you do.
They only lost to Murpatty, which is really funny.
I think I have a Spider Umbra because I saw some people playing it and I thought it was interesting. I have one in my sideboard. I bring it in against removal heavy matchups. It seems fine to me.
Yeah, I mean it's like a +2/+2 totem armor, right?
Right.
So it's definitely a nice possibility. I don't know how.
Yeah, it's just like exactly. Yeah.
Well, people tried to make Infect work about 1 billion times in PD, but this season it really did work.
Yeah. Agreed.
Nice. Wait, this is a new player, right? Have they ever played anything before?
Not sure.
CD
That's their first tournament. This is their
nice.
It's their first gathering tournament.
They did play some
played the
league matches. Yeah.
Oh, they played League? Okay. So maybe not.
They played Gruul aggro with Birds of Paradise to a 5/5 record and Simic Infect to a 7/5 record. And then they said, I might as well win the PD 500. Oh, they also played a tiny bit in season 18, Mono Blue Tempo, 11-3.
Nice.
Looks like they're pretty good. They have won this anyway. They have never played a Swamp or a Plains in Penny Dreadful.
Yeah, definitely. I think the big thing about Infect, when you talk about, is definitely Glycerin Elf's new card this season. I think without Glycerin Elf, this deck is just like, and like good mana. The mana is really good too. When you have like, while she's like untapped duels, it's like, but Glycerin Elf is like insane in this deck. This is so good.
Yeah, I got a turn 2 kill today because I went turn 1 Glycerin Elf, turn 2 Cathedral, double Invigorate, and they played a tap land. So that's definitely something. Glycerin Elf enables some cheats. I mean, you always want to play a deck where you can get some free wins, even if they're kind of dodgy. Just having the possibility, it'll come up.
Yeah, this is great though. They only lost to Murpatty and they face them again in the finals. So just getting the run back, I think always feels good.
Yeah.
All right, let's go. Speaking of Murpatty, we'll go to their deck. This is Oops All Spells. I don't know if they're the only one playing this deck, but they definitely are the top Oops All Spells
Yeah, this
player.
seems like the kind of deck where they were purposely trying to keep it under the radar. Like they won 2 tournaments with it, and then kind of. I think this is the kind of deck where if it's on people's radars, it could you could hate it out with and of course then the Oops player would then go back and play other cards that beat the cards that they're using to hate out because the Oops deck is pretty flexible. You can play interaction, unlike
it's pretty interesting how many. Well, I guess there's not that many interactive cards here. There's Freebooter, there's the Ratchet Bombs, and there's there's the Duresses, and then some of the
lands
are also potentially.
You have 4 murders, 4 really slow murders, 4 ping ones. So you have quite a bit.
Yeah, it
has to line up a certain way, but it's not nothing.
Yeah, I mean, you definitely do kind of interact before you go for your thing. So you have some information. You maybe stop them doing their thing or whatever. Like it's kind of interesting. Shenanigans in the main deck. I guess that's just part of not dying if you need to do a particular sequence of milling yourself and then not dying and then winning the next turn.
Yeah, I mean, Shenanigans definitely. I don't know. Maybe I don't. Maybe let's see that. We have barely watched the matchups, but
it lets you beat Silent Gravestone for what that's worth. No one really plays that card except I had it in my sideboard. But yeah,
it lets you beat main deck Nail Spellbomb, I guess.
Yeah. It doesn't really because the Nihil Spellbomb will just exile your graveyard, but
yeah, they still get the. I mean, you have to
draw it.
Yeah, you have to do it in an incredibly specific way to like beat that.
Yeah.
Reanimate. I think like Murpatty said
the grave and Coffin Purge, I guess.
Yeah.
Reanimate. What's that for?
He said it was against counterspells and him and like counterspells. So like.
So if they counter your.
I see. Then you reanimate the angel when you've got the same deal.
Or you just reanimate the spy or the informer, and then you just do it again.
Oh, I see. When they get countered, yeah, that also works.
So they maybe tap out for like a 3 mana like cancel, then you just reanimate, and it's like, oh, okay, cool.
Yeah, a lot of the giant in the sideboard is so they can side in answers but still have a kill. I thought that was a really interesting idea. But if Lotless Giant is a good enough kill, and it's a smaller package, maybe. I guess it depends on the matchup whether Lockless Giant is a good enough kill or not.
The problem is if your opponent gains a bunch of life randomly, then it's not as good.
Yeah.
I'd love
I
to
don't
see a
know.
land in a sideboard.
Like,
I
it's
don't-
only
I-
kills for
I-
like 25, 26 maybe.
What is the
Or-
swamp for?
It's for cleansing wildfire. If they cleansing wildfire you, you get a swamp. It seems loose because they might just never cast a cleansing wildfire targeting you, but you know.
Yeah, but then your combo doesn't necessarily kill, right?
Yeah, exactly. So I don't really know like if that's
I
actually
mean, if you
good.
mill and you don't hit the angel, or you don't hit Dread Return, what does it do? You just have to go again at some point,
Yeah.
or reanimate something.
Well,
Anyway,
presumably you would just wait for them to try to cleansing wildfire you, and then you'd get them at the swamp, and then you'd board it back out in game 3.
Yeah, they definitely ran the table on
well,
everyone.
I'm definitely interested to hear Mercedes' take on that because
Yeah.
it's wild. But I guess
Only
you're
lost
already-
to a Delver in the last round when they were already a lock. So good showing. That was actually a really good showing.
Yeah, I suspect
think
the
the
mono
deck
blue
is
decks
great.
are pretty good against this because they just counter you. There's only so many spells they have to counter. It's a little
right.
because you don't. It's not like JAC where you can keep cantripping to present your thing every turn. You kind of just have to draw it, right?
Mm.
Whereas JAC like they cantrip so
you
much.
need 4 counter spells and you need them
Yeah,
in the
like
right
all-
spots quite early
yeah.
through
Yeah.
their sideboard counter spells in the sideboard games.
Yeah. Speaking
Right.
of which, that takes us to our top 4 year terms with Jeskai Ascendancy.
Yeah,
I feel like this deck
I-
is so well understood at this point. It's beyond a joke.
I don't even know if this is the best build, honestly.
I don't
I
know
mean,
what the
it's
best build would
It's the
be.
winningest build.
Yeah, for sure.
It's pretty interesting that this guy Ascendancy deck plays 6 snow-covered forests. I mean, I totally understand Astrolabe and Abundant Growth that you do that, but
Yeah, you kind of
Pretty
have
wild.
to do it. I mean, Astrolabe is just so good in this deck. So
I guess the math works out. You have 12. I don't have a question. I just think you're wrong.
it's very good. It's been good all season. Earterms has a ridiculous win rate with it. Made it to the semifinals. Lost to the slightly faster combo deck
Correct.
in a somewhat interactive game that went to about turn 12 in game 2. So Magic is weird. Magic is really fun. You think of these simplistic things in your head, and then the actual interactions are so much more complex than your simplified version in your head. And games go to turn 12 between 2 quick combo decks or whatever.
They did dodge the Infect matchup, which I think is also a bad matchup for the JAC deck.
Yeah.
That's how I've been beating JAC in leagues, is just playing Infect.
Mm.
yeah, I mean, a lot of tournament just like going deep is about dodging matchups. So
Yeah, for sure.
But
Yeah,
what
I
is
mean,
He's also a master
you-
with this deck, so if there's a win to be
Yeah.
had, then you'll probably find it.
but yeah, you could definitely
that
see it
helps
in
a
the,
lot too.
you can definitely see it in the Infect run where they only played like really 2 like I guess graveyard style decks if you want to call it that.
Yeah.
And then like, you know, they didn't play against the same thing, any like Infect, so
yeah.
could have got there.
What else is in top 4?
Okay,
Well,
the next
not mono
deck
red, mono red.
is Mono Blue Delver from Ending
yeah.
Weakness. They were the first seed. They actually went undefeated with a round
In
1
the games
bye.
we watched, it looked great.
I think this is pretty much how I would build the deck. I'm not sure about the main deck repeal. That's kind of random.
Fairy
Whenever you-
Vandal, 12 ways to turn on Fairy Vandal. No, 13 ways to turn on Fairy Vandal.
Yeah, I guess
Yeah,
repeal
I'm never
translates
sure
to-
about Fairy Vandal. It really prices you into like opting and such, but it's probably fine.
I would've
18
played
lands.
Yeah, I would have played the
On the
Dreadnought
low end.
version, but I was really confident in Storm. But I mean, overall, I mean, you put Ponder and Delver together, that's gonna kill a lot of
Yeah.
people.
Yeah,
Loose-
I like Delver and the mono blue.
Yeah.
This deck's very
Or
clean.
Deprive is interesting. I mean, I guess, only the Djinn costs more than 2 mana. Most things cost 1 mana. And so you can Deprive without hurting yourself too badly, and it's an unconditional counter for 2 mana. So
Yeah, it's super great late game.
I'd
for
never
sure.
put 4 Deprive in my deck in my life, but here it probably makes sense. They had a great run.
The only
Yeah.
wow, they beat the So
I mean-
the only thing I would be curious about is what if you just don't play Tempest Djinn and play another play like the stupid Brandborn? I guess Brandborn and Fairy Vandal kind of pull in opposite directions, so that's the reason not to do that.
I could probably
Um,
answer that.
Yeah,
honestly,
you really have
Tempest,
to opt on your main phase.
Yeah, the thing about Tempest Djinn that I think is really great is that one, it's got 4 toughness, so it's super good against Monterey, which is one of your harder matchups.
Sure, I
Second,
agree.
a lot of times, with these like tempo decks, you can't really catch up so to speak, like Fairy
You
Vandal,
have to race,
Cutthroats, or like they did take time to grow. So if you
I
have like
understand,
5
like,
lands, you just like
yeah. The
I,
turn 6 Fairy Vandal is very bad.
Yeah.
no, so I'm not saying, like, I understand that. I'm saying, like, so yeah, I think Tempest Gen solves a lot of problems this deck has. Like, if you play against Mono Red, you definitely don't want to mess around with the Rymore Cutthroat. You really want Tempest Gen. I'm just saying, like, you could build the deck that way and just throw the Mono Red matchup in the garbage and just be
Yeah,
even better against the combo decks. Is all I'm thinking.
Yeah, I mean that's fair.
Which I mean, like, I don't know if you want to do that. Like, you probably
Yeah,
don't.
Jin
But
is
if you look at
sometimes
the,
hard to find a spot to tap out for it. I mean,
Yeah,
Rune
yeah.
Chanter's Pike would be glorious, but of course that
Yeah.
fights against Treasure Cruise.
right. So because, like,
Yeah.
if you look
That
at their
makes, that makes
matchups,
your 1-2
I don't
Fairy
know what they
Vandals into
played in
10
round
Fairy
one,
Vandals.
but they played against Storm, Reanimator, JAC, Oops All Spells, Storm.
This was
Reanimator, Infect.
this
So
was
they played
a
lot of
mono
combo
white.
decks.
This is mono white tokens here. Their second round 2.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, so
they
that's a
played-
matchup where you definitely want the Tempest Gen, I think.
I think that's a
'Cause
wow,
it
that's a
breaks
really
them there. Yeah, the zombie and mono white tokens seem pretty tough, but they 2-0'd both of them. So
yeah.
you know,
It's pretty interesting. They only have 7 counter spells, right? Some of these combo decks, Dungeons Mythal is very good against.
They actually have 11. They have 11 main deck.
What's the other 4? Oh,
4
loose focus.
Deprive, 4 Loose
Then it's the loose
Focus, 2
Okay, yeah. So
Spellpierce.
they're pretty heavy on counters.
Yeah.
Some cantrips, some counters, 12 creatures, boom.
I never really
It's the Delver way.
I never really got into like Entrancing Melody, to be fair. But it's probably good enough.
Melody steals the opposing Delver for 3 mana, I suppose.
Yeah.
No, I think Melody's quite good.
Melody stealing Timeless Dragon is pretty sweet.
Free Annual is pretty
side.
interesting.
I like the Null mostly. It's a hedge against like Tempered Steel, but you could also play against Wave. Just can be kind of a tough matchup.
Like,
well, I mean, it was really good against JAC, right?
Yeah, it's also really good against Ascendancy. So you get a lot of like niche matchups where it comes in.
Yeah, I like it. I just think it's interesting that there are 3 of them. It's probably good. I never thought about it.
Sleep is a really interesting.
The only card I don't like here is Ratchet Bomb. Maybe you just have it because like you don't want to deal with like go wide aggro somehow in mono blue.
No, yeah, that's a terrible matchup.
Yeah. I wonder if sleep is for like zombies or something.
The same thing.
Twice in my Tempest Gin.
Like
yeah, sleep is quite good. I think.
I was playing like in like these slots. I was playing like Bluster's Wall, so I could totally see why they would play these cards.
All of their creatures fly though. I don't know how great sleep is really. It's just a fog.
It's a tempo play for sure.
You could play Turnabout.
It's a time warp. It taps them and then it doesn't untap them the next turn.
Yeah, but it only taps them on your turn.
No, it taps. They stay tapped.
Yeah, but you could upkeep a Turnabout and have the same effect, right?
Not really. If you want to get in with if they have a flying blocker.
Yeah, so it only matters if they have a flying blocker.
Yeah. Like, but if that's I guess you could argue like Turnabout's better in the case where you want to tap down.
I guess you don't want a generically useful card in your sideboard. You want
You want the card that actually does the thing that you're putting it there for.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, would you bring this in the mirror though? Or not?
Sleep. It's not bad.
Not, but I would definitely bring it in.
4 mana sorcery in the mirror.
No, I wouldn't bring it in the mirror. But like Tempered Steel has like Ornithopters.
That's true. That's true.
Yeah, it's definitely better against like Tempered Steel. Just like I said, go wet aggro. It's where you kind of bring it in as a last ditch effort. Hopefully, they don't know haste creatures. All right, we're gonna move to the top 8. Another Ascendancy deck. I don't think we have to go through much. This is a different build. This build has Sterling Grove in it, which is actually kind of interesting.
It has 2 Fate Stitches, which is like really
everyone's
similar. One Balagad Recovery. It's not very different. It just has a way to tutor for.
Right. I actually really like Sterling Grove. That's an interesting idea. To protect your Ascendancy.
If you have an Ascendancy, it protects your Ascendancy. If you don't have an Ascendancy, it finds your Ascendancy. I've heard of worse things.
And then you have Traverse.
But it's pretty slow.
Traverse is also interesting.
I think it's probably
Traverse. What is Traverse for?
It goes to find a carry added.
It's just a spell that finds a land.
Or a land.
You're not turning it on, right?
It's just a 1-mana thing, right?
No, you do turn it on because you find Fate Stitcher on the combo turn. So like because when you're
I see. On the combo turn, you mill away a land and a this and a that.
and then
And
Astrolabe.
both, and then you
Artifact.
can traverse for
Yeah, you have
Yeah,
like so
abundant
Fate Stitcher, which
Murders.
is Fate Stitcher is the only relevant target, though, right? Like you would never get to Delirium, get a Caryatid, play a Caryatid, pass the turn, then
You
do the
might
thing.
in a slow matchup because you get your first one countered, and then
Yeah, it does. Enchantment's one of the more interesting things to have in the graveyard when you're trying to get to Delirium, I guess.
yeah, basically like instead of the oust that a lot of people kind of adopted, they just went for like the
Going
fast
rogue.
tutor package, just like go fast. Everything else
I mean,
here,
this
like
is
the
kind of like
this
I
is
suspect the difference between this and the ear terms finish was play skill, not actual nuances of the list. So
Well, they
we're
both
just
top 8'd, right?
right.
Yeah.
That's what I'm saying. Like very marginal difference in placing. Obviously, that Magic's pretty high.
Didn't they
variance,
both lose to Infect? No, he lost to Mopedi, he lost to Upsal Spells.
well,
yeah,
they
ear
lost the
terms
mirror. Ear terms
Yeah,
won
they
the
did lose to
mirror,
me.
so I
Well,
guess
that's
there's
not
that.
surprising because ear terms the biggest JAC grinder that exists. So
That's
the
true.
place, they can
I
leverage the
mean,
play skill.
Ojitai is no slouch. They played a lot of Ascendancy like a season or two ago, so and I know they play Modern too. So
It's about time that you slagged off the red deck wins that made the top 8, J-Mecca.
is it now?
I like the locking serpent there.
Is that next?
Yeah. No, the next one's actually Ludwig's deck, the Black Red Madness.
Oh, yeah. Is
which
this the
is,
exact list that he played to a 5-0 on day one of the season, or did it change?
It looks like
I think it's the
changed.
exact list.
I think it changed a bit. It looks like
Okay.
the last time they played this particular list is from the FNM.
I think they added Faithless Salvaging. I think that's the main addition.
It was an interesting
And
card.
one of the first things I wrote down on my decks to build this season was Ragdoll's Madness, and then before I even opened my computer on the beginning of the season, he 5-0'd with it. I was like, oh, that's somebody else's deck now. I never played it. I did beat it with Pulse of the Fields a lot of times.
Definitely one of those like
Pulse of the Field.
Definitely one of those brand new decks based on one of the latest like sets we've had. This is from basically Modern Horizons 2, so it got a lot of fun tools. Blazing Root Walla, Kitchen Imp, Headliner.
Yeah, it's pretty awesome to see Pewter Imp do something completely different to what it's done in the previous 20 seasons of PD, even though we've had it all this time.
It seems
Magic
quite
is awesome.
Bad to me, but maybe it's good.
No, it's a crucial enabler.
I understand what it does in the deck, but it just seems
you have to have it, honestly.
It's a shame that it's not a wild mongrel, but it's also
but it costs 1 mana, so you just have to have
sometimes you get 2 Root Wallers out of it on turn 1. It's already done its job, right? It's a ritual.
Yeah.
The big strength here is just, I think the big strength of this deck is actually the pile of lava spikes they have. They have 12 lava spikes.
But it is what makes it extremely vulnerable to Pulse of the Fields. Not that that's a huge concern, but I've beaten this deck like 6 times, although I lost to it in the tournament today. But I won the game in which I drew Pulse of the Fields.
Yeah, pretty straightforward list. I like the sideboard a bit. Rakdos Charm is interesting.
Everybody's afraid of Storm, but Storm didn't do too much. You top 16 with it, I guess.
Yeah, I think I was the highest Storm player.
Rakdos Charm is versatile, but I think against the mono black type reanimators, don't you just want the cheapest possible hate, not the most versatile?
If you're already maxed out on Nihil spell bombs, I can see the argument for it.
I like Coffin Purge.
Strength of Lunacy is great against wave decks.
I lost the Strength of Lunacy in turn 3 in game 3 in the tournament. I tapped out for a Timeless Dragon. They had Putrid Imp, no cards in hand, and I was on 6, and they drew Strength of Lunacy.
I'm actually surprised they're not more Bone Shards. Probably in the main deck over like Lightning Axe. I feel like they do the same thing. I guess Lightning Axe is an instant, but they seem like
that's an interesting decision. I don't know which one's correct. They're both
Bone Shards being a sorcery really does suck.
But it's so good. It's so efficient. It's so efficient though. Especially in a deck that wants to discard cards.
It's a powerful card for sure, but I don't know. Lightning Axe kills most of the things that you would possibly care about.
Yeah, I think so too. I'm not sure, but
the Bone Shards kills Planeswalkers.
I guess Bone Shards kills some of the reanimator targets that.
Yeah, but a lot of times you don't want to kill those because they've already done the damage.
0 Planeswalkers in the top 8 though. It's kind of crazy. Your world is coming.
Oh, no cameo in that Infect sideboard.
I know.
The cameo was pretty good.
I should play the Turns deck. Oh, I should have played the Turns deck.
Oh yeah, I should have played the Turns. Well, the thing is, maybe the matchups I faced, I could have played Turns. All right.
Yeah, who knows? All right, last deck in the top 8, and we'll go over the top 16.
I just think the Turns deck.
Wait, didn't we have a red deck in the top 8?
Yeah, it's okay. 2 decks. I'm sorry, there are 2 decks. Okay. This is 7 of 8. Then
I need to hear the J-Mecca slamming the red. That's
really do it.
That's PD 500 top 8 tradition.
No, this deck is fine. Okay, we'll go over. So this is mono black reanimator, another turn one deck.
The 2 divest, 2 Ravens Crime split. I'm not sure I understand that. Isn't one of those better than the other? But yeah.
I mean, like
I see the Tidespoke Tyrant tech has been adopted. That's
divest. I mean, does take out people's
to...
spell bombs, so it's like you're just like it's actually adding a sideboard spot.
I really like. I actually think Rakdos is better, but everyone doesn't think so because they all want.
No, I think
it's tough. You only really want faithless looting in the main for Rakdos, which makes you think, why am I having bad mana and these stupid mountain and all of the things I need draws?
Oh,
yeah.
When but then when it comes to sideboarding, you get Ingot Chewer, and you're like, oh my god, I love being.
No, I think the biggest red thing is actually like Simian Spirit Guide. I think Spirit Guide is awesome.
Also, that's
Spirit Guide in mono black.
And then there's also games where you need to hardcast the Sire. I don't know. I think I don't know. Maybe I'm wrong, but I think the red black is better.
I've mostly been playing red black on that basis. CB, but it's not straightforward because your mana does suck comparatively.
Yeah, you could, for sure.
You could play like 4 blanks and play like Astrolabe or something. 16 lands for Astrolabe.
World Gorger Dragon in your deck as well.
Yeah, I actually really like that World Gorger list. Surprised I didn't play that. The one where you had Reanimator and World Gorger with the Ishkana. I thought that was really sweet.
Yeah, I played a lot of Ishkana this season.
This sideboard's kind of wacky. This gets interesting. It does nuke enchantments, which is like pretty strong. But if you're in mono black, I think it's you have to like take these sort of like concessions.
Yeah, you got to do something.
This is a big load up, though. This is a huge load up. I don't know. I guess Tyrant's fine, but I kind of always like Pathrazer in the main. Who knows? But Tidespell Tyrant's
I'm a big fan of Tidespell Tyrant. It really ends games. Like, you just...
It's pretty cool art.
Once you've Vilist and got a Tidespell Tyrant and bounced all their lands or whatever, it's just merciless. But yeah, maybe it's overkill and it can never be hard cast. And
yeah, this is the only village
first target.
The only village showing in the top 8. Village Reanimator is pretty sweet. Never got that Storm list working out. I had like the Village Delver deck that was kind of fun.
I mean, ultimately, having access to 12 reanimate spells and the Villas is really what pushes this deck into playable from meme, right? It's just so, if you do the thing, it's just so hard to lose because of Villas.
Yeah. Well, interesting. I mean, this has always been a deck in PD, right? Whenever we have
but it's
some of these cards, it's usually a deck.
Yeah,
but the Villas interaction with it almost makes the life loss a plus, whereas before life loss has always been just a massive downside.
No one will ever see my Poet's Quill Villas deck. That deck was man.
I won a tournament with Reanimator without Villas in my deck this season.
It's just because like if Stubborn Denial wasn't broken, I'd work on that deck a lot more. But
yeah, Stubborn Denial is.
Well, I'm saying though, your deck that you won with Villas was like Grixis Reanimator. I'm saying like this style of mono black Reanimator. I think.
Oh yeah, drawing a million cards.
Yeah,
drawing a million cards is good.
Yeah.
Cookbook is also extremely good because you can gain some life.
Yeah,
that aspect of Cookbook is not like once you've done the Villas thing and you're going to go long with your 8-card hand.
Yeah,
gaining some life so you can do more stuffs is pretty great.
All right, last but not least, mono red. You want me to flame this deck? It's not bad.
You normally talk about how terrible the Shrapnel Blast with only 4 artifacts. Mono red.
That was different.
Good.
That was
this one doesn't have that, so I think
this plays good cards actually.
Yeah, this one looks pretty good. Yeah. I see Kenra. No 1-drops. Oh no, yeah, I hate the way Gatling organizes things.
Eyetide Golem. They're almost all 1-drops.
Yeah,
it's
heading towards burn.
This deck needs to cut 2 cards and play 2 more lands. That's the only.
No Nobles is super interesting. I think it's way better than Fire Drink Crusader.
You could cut those Firebolts for lands probably.
Yeah.
Yeah, no Noble is interesting. Fire Drink Crusader surely isn't a better card.
I think around a Firebolt plan, you want to play Spikefield Hazard. I think it's just a better card overall. I like Flame Rift. I like just the burn. Me personally, when I play like mono red decks, I go with like the Tomohiro Saito way. It's like 20 creatures, 20 burn spells, 20 lands.
This is verging on burn, isn't it? Right, like it's very low to the ground. It's only got 18.
I would say
it's got 2 drops. There's no you know, Hanweir Garrison.
I actually don't
Something,
even like Shrine here. I think it's like too like if you're only ever planning to make 2-land drops. I guess it's you need it for some staying power, but I don't know.
You have 18 1-mana red spells, and all the others cost 2.
Right, I'm saying but
power
Shrine costs 3 to activate. You're not even making
it
it
might be turn 6 or 7 before you can actually throw it at them.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Such a different time now that like Shrine used to be like the best card in Penny Dreadful. Now it's just
best card in season 3, right?
Yeah, it was the best card. That was definitely the best deck, hands down. But now it's just like barely. Now it's just losing to
in the chat that the Ice-Hide Golem doesn't trigger the Shrine.
That's true. That's a very good point.
I like that they lost. I like that they went 0-3-0-6 in games against JAC.
Yeah, that's crazy. Especially considering you have a bunch of spell shocks and stuff like that.
Yeah.
3 spell shock. You would hope would turn that match up a little bit.
I did watch a match where they stigma lashered a Dream Trawler against like some Jeskai deck. That was hilarious.
And won by throwing Shrine at them for 9 when they were on 8 and they had Blessed Alliance in hand, which also didn't gain life.
Yeah. That was like round 5, I think.
Stigma Lasher is like Shadow Mode standard. It's like so ancient. But good.
I like it. I actually kind of like it, honestly. But yeah, I think like the spell
shot. A lot for your 2/2 nothing to get in on turn 3, but I guess sometimes it does.
Because there's any criticism, it's like the Cyborg could be like a little more. I mean, obviously they lost to a 3 combo deck, so you could have played like a bunch of like what do you call it, Scabtan Berserkers or.
I think that because you're playing 18 lands, it also kind of limits like you're not even like maybe you're not even casting those spell shocks.
You probably won't cast spell shock before they have Caryatid. And they're going off. You die a bit, man. I played 4 Rule of Law in my sideboard today, and it's, even a deck with plenty of lands, it's kind of slow to get down.
I'm so glad I
can play a little too slow.
I saw that against another Storm player where I don't think they had an answer to it. All right, let's go through the top 16 super quick.
I won a game 1 against Storm today.
It's good.
Then I lost game 2 where I had 2 Rule of Law.
This is 9th place, another Infect list. Lost to the eventual
3 Ichthyormirs, 10 creatures not enough, 11 perfect.
Oh, we're Wild Shape Gaming now. They're playing Groundswell too. That's interesting.
I like Distortion Strike.
I love Distortion Strike. Yeah, it's
because it's the extra 1 you need with 2+4s.
I do like the Centaur Garden. That's another option that I hadn't really considered.
That's interesting.
I think it's pretty good.
Yeah,
it does compete with Become Immense, but they've cut one Become. They're down to 1 Become Immense, which is interesting.
Yeah, it kind of messes with each other, I would say. So
I find Become Immense to be very good. I mean, obviously you probably couldn't ever play 4 because you're not fetch landing and whatever else.
But I mean, between like 8 free spells, it's not super bad.
No, you get there a decent amount of the time. It's just clunky if you draw like 2 of them. You know?
Yeah. The first Become Immense is usually cost 1 or 2, or you kill them really early and you do it on turn 3, like with Invigorate.
A bunch of there's a lot of Distortion Strikes actually. But yeah, I like the spell.
I mean, if your opponent's going to make a bunch of blockers and you've got 4 evasive creatures in your entire 75, I guess Distortion Strike's one of the cards you really want to see. But
I really like Artful Dodge too. But I mean, the pump is really nice.
I think the Wild Shape kind of gets.
Yeah, maybe Wild Shape just dominates Distortion Strike in terms of utility, just because it doubles as a save your guy spell and adds more power. No, it doesn't really.
Even protects you against like random wraths. Even like random wraths, like Radiant Flames or Sweltering Suns. Wild Shape actually saves that too.
You only get Hexproof or 5 Toughness or +2 and Trample. All of them are great.
Yeah.
Well,
you guys,
5 Toughness is great, but it's better than not having it as an option.
I made I was inspired to try Infect in Modern last week, and I made the 5/0 dump, and I realized that Wild Shape is actually really bad in that deck because I was playing Phyrexian Crusader. I was playing green black with Phyrexian Crusader, and it's only a +1 for Phyrexian Crusader.
Yeah.
That's hilarious. You actually went 5/0?
Yeah, I 5/0'd, and I made the 5/0 dump, which is really funny because my deck is like really bad, but hopefully people copy it. So
that's hilarious.
Well, they'll copy it, they'll lose, and
then
All right, this is 10th place.
Maybe one of them will also make the 5/0 dump, and it will get featured in Channel 5.
Yeah. Right.
10th place here.
Deep dive, green black Infect, get lucky.
Exactly.
M-Dog with 10th place, 61 card special, Simic Snow.
Can't beat this deck. Can't be any deck for that matter.
Lost their winning in against.
This is one of the
SMC.
real hallmarks of this season. I mean, I don't know if it'll survive rotation or anything, but
Yeah, Astrolabe is
been
gone.
absolute-
I think Astrolabe is actually gone. So,
yeah, and Stockfish's performance at like above 80% win over a gigantic sample is one of the real achievements of PD.
So it looks like they just shoved a Rhyme Tender in their deck, and sort of like the other list I've seen, they just kind of like put a Rhyme Tender in here.
Well,
every card you play should be a snow permanent, right?
They cut them for
Pretty
Ice Tide
much.
Golems, and then they added one back in. Looks like, right? Because most lists don't have Ice Tide Golem.
They only went for 3 merit largest.
Well, I mean, in there, so we're talking about like two people, Stockfish and M-Dog. Stockfish is like fully on like the Rhyme Tender plan, while M-Dog is on like the Golem plan. But they just shoved a Rhyme Tender in here.
Oh,
yeah, I mean, this is what +4 nature score, +3 mana leak, -7 untappers.
Right.
That's the. Oh no, Ice Tide Golem isn't in the other list.
Correct.
I don't know what the difference is there.
Having been on the other side of a Glacial Revelation is so demoralizing.
Oh, so depressing.
I think they added a Revelation actually. They usually
Playing
play with
blue-white
3.
control against this deck, I just spend all my time making sure they can't resolve Glacial Revelation no matter what, and they just beat me to death with the 2/3 man land. It's so depressing. It's happened to me numerous times.
Same thing that happened to me when I was playing Grixis Control. I would like hold up counters forever and just die to the mainland.
Yeah.
I'm glad that Frost of Passion though is seeing play, because I saw this card when it was in here, and we had no Snowlands. So I was like, oh, one day when we're finally here.
Yeah. It just sat there doing nothing for a minute, and now it's good.
Sideboard Denial. Oh my god. I know some people got like kind of boned by this card, but that does suck.
Yeah, it's unfortunate. Really unfortunate.
I found
I really like the idea of playing Stubborn Denial in this sideboard.
It's amazing. Stubborn Denial is so good.
That's a really nice idea. I like it.
There's just an unfortunate bug where if anyone hadn't seen it, it just sometimes doesn't work. Sometimes it'll get fixed. Copium.
I mean, presumably it will get fixed because it is a kind of semi-modern playable.
I think I told you guys like in the other chat, but I was like, there are 2 instances where it didn't work for me. The first time was where my opponent casted it against me without a 4-power creature, and I was not given the opportunity to pay for 1. The second time it didn't work was where I had a 4-power creature.
Advantage then. That's crazy.
No. The second time it didn't work was when I had the 4-power creature, and my opponent was given the opportunity to pay for 1 to counter it.
It really depends on who is playing the card.
It worked against me both ways.
Against you with the card.
Yeah, it worked against me both times.
It's really awkward that it can work in the favor of the caster because
or against them.
By our rules, but I'm sure players don't know that.
The problem is like I couldn't replicate it, so
no,
it worked sometimes and it didn't work other times. So it's super awkward. Yeah.
Presumably it will get fixed. That's an awkward one because if
there's my Stubborn Denial rant though. If you want to rant about anything, a Stubborn Denial not working.
I like the
actually
I really like some of M-Dog's technology here. I like the snapbacks too, because if you're drawing like 5 cards,
snapbacks.
It's just mana that you're constrained on, and he doesn't have the untappers.
It's also a turn 1 out against like Reanimator.
That's what I'm saying. So if you 2 for 1 yourself, well, first of all, if you do it against Reanimator, you're not really 2 for 1. You're like it's like even on cards.
2 for 4 even
better. But then you then recover with your Glacial Revelation. So I really like that. I really like that.
Nice bit of tech.
Yeah.
The Glamour is pretty great too.
Rinse on Delvers.
The Glamour is also pretty great against people were playing like the Cleansing Wildfire decks, so the Glamour you just kind of cheese them.
Stone Rain them. That's pretty nice. Yeah.
Yeah, you can just cheese them that way. All right, let's go to 11th place. Eternal Paradox playing Jund Goblins, a deck I've lost to a lot.
They always play
Eternal Paradox.
They always do well with it.
High play skill.
This is
the Fecundity. This is the deck was fueled by Fecundity. So Fecundity, basically the Aristocrats, I guess, this season.
It doesn't have Empty the Warrens.
Yeah, it's not a Goblin Storm. It's playing like
more value.
Like Grumgully, Murderous Redcap loop.
I guess this way, if you get it going with Putrid Goblin, you then draw your way to Murderous Redcap.
I mean,
Correct. You
like
draw your deck.
Mog War
Seems like a lot to
Marshal.
pay 2 and a green for, but
Well,
maybe.
Mog War Marshal is a good impression of Empty the Warrens, I guess. It adds, it's like plus
I don't know. I mean, like,
+1. I don't know.
traditionally you would first day of class and then empty the warrens and then fecundity away to a million cards and then play them all and then empty the warrens again for 270 million, right? That's how Dirty Kitty works. But this is just
It just
first day
I
of
think
class. There's more copies of
yeah.
Grum Gully.
I think it just happens to combo or happens to kill you like that, but it definitely is looking for the Grum Gully kill.
Yeah, it's curious. I wonder how good fecundity was here, but I guess you're in green already for Grum Gully, so
Right. You might as well because I mean one of the worst or one of the hardest things to see against this deck is like a Wrath. So they wrath your board. Like the only thing literally cards you had back were like the kit back is like Ringleader. So this is like more Ringleaders.
Oh, Ringleader, wow. So this deck is sort of trying to play this kind of longish game as well.
But also with just like a random kill.
I think with 28 hits, Ringleader is acceptable.
Yeah.
It's like that's about the borderline where you want to be.
Because even like Grum Gully, Goblin Bombardment, Putrid Imp is like lethal. That's a lethal kill.
Yep. Yeah. Yeah, if you have Fecundity or Goblin Bombardment, it makes the bad version of the combo also a kill.
First day of class actually has
a sack outlet.
They actually have tutors for first day. Containment Breach, Introduction to Prophecy.
Yeah, I think it's probably worth a slot, isn't it?
Yeah. You're already in green, so Breach seems fine.
Well, if you make infinite mana with your first day of class, you can then get a free preordain out of it, which is pretty nice.
Yeah. Sure. Let's see. Not much else to say. Mass Vandal's pretty sweet. It's a goblin, but not a goblin.
Yeah, it's nice. Matron finds it. Ringleader finds it. Boom.
Okay. DJ G-Bon. Where are you? You were in 12th place. They were playing Tempered Steel. This is the first Tempered Steel showing of the top 16. Wow, they lost round 3 and 4, just one out.
Little blip there. That was lunch.
Main deck keep doll, baby. Let's go.
Main deck keep doll.
I don't mind that.
I know, I love it.
Got a knockdown nicer. I mean, it's a 3/3 for 1. Who doesn't like it?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Because I mean, those matchups are gonna because it doesn't really change your clock that meaningfully, right? To just play a vanilla 1/1 artifact creature. Because you kill on turn 4, like you're not killing on turn 3 very often.
It could be called homunculus, right? It could be a 2/2.
Well, but that's what I'm saying is that doesn't really change your clock that much. You're killing on turn. It's not making a difference. Like you're killing on turn 4 with a good curve out, no matter what. If you're playing a 1/1 or a 2/2.
Yeah.
So just having
or deck and stone in the main. That's giving some props to blockers or.
Yeah, I mean, you really don't have dispatch, so you need some interaction somewhere.
Yeah, I don't know. That was my list. I mean, that was in my original list. I didn't really put much.
I don't hate it, but I just wonder if you would goldfish that much better if you didn't have it. Like,
you might.
How often do the blockers actually matter? You know.
Yeah, it might not be needed, especially because you can get through board stalls with Steel Overseer pretty easily.
Like the only other card I would see you could play here is maybe like Ghostfire Blade or something like that, some other random pump thing to make Ornithopters just a little bit better. Like I don't mind Ornithopter in this list, but like it needs help. It always like needs help. It's not like the other affinity list.
Steel Overseer was a real pickup this season, though. I feel like I'd barely seen it because I just kill it on site always, because otherwise we lose.
Oh yeah, it's kill on site, which that means that like your Signal Pests and your Ice High Golems are getting through. So you don't mind that. It's all upside with this card. It either like is a spell skite or absolutely destroys you or destroys your opponent, which is great.
Yeah,
that's what you
I
want.
do find it to be a little bit slow in combo matchups, but it is really like in board stalls. It's like the most unbeatable card ever.
Terrifying to any fair deck. It is going to rotate out though. Although I think Outbound Ravager is coming back, so there'll be some artifact aggro again.
I like the random Mouser in the sideboard. I think they just ran out of
things to do. Yeah, they probably just like cut. I want to see like I don't know. I had a pretty good sideboard for this, but I don't remember it. I don't like Oust. I don't like Oust in an aggro deck. I'd rather play like.
I would have played like O-Ring or something.
Yeah, O-Ring. I like Wing Shards. That's a nice one.
Yeah, Wing Shards not bad. More random.
Blessed Alliance is a good one you could play.
Sure.
Yeah, it's applications against red decks, you just gain life.
I think I'd want more mirror stuff, like maybe more disenchants or something like that. I'd say field
Yeah.
cleansing. Never mind.
Yeah.
Because I can't remember like the bad matchups. I guess they lost to like Ascendancy and like Madness. So
I think
something
this
that
guy's is pretty close. You're probably unfavored, but not like way unfavored.
yeah.
Yeah,
So,
you just curve out and hope that you kill them, right?
Yeah.
Either you do or you don't.
and against like Madness, I guess a lot of removal. So some sort of removal heavy deck, something to protect.
Yeah,
you against
removal on
things
the
like that.
Overseer, removal on the Chief. You didn't draw a Tempered Steel. Well, now your deck just sucks compared to theirs.
Yeah,
Yeah.
maybe like Blacksmith skill or something like that would be really good.
Like their 3/3s are just much better than your 1/1.
If you even play like
If the Tempered Steel could change all that, though, I don't suppose it's an extremely lopsided matchup or anything. Red Black can bring in shenanigans, Rakdos Charm, Smelt, and Shield Breaker, and whatever it wants to get.
All right. This is a fun one. This is lucky number 13, High Death. This with Black White Snow.
Oh,
I lost this.
yeah.
I absolutely lost this.
You
Oh, I
get
got like
Campbell.
4 Campbell. What the heck?
Poor Campbell is in vain.
I didn't see that in game 1. I did not see that game
Nice
1.
storm.
I got Silver Quill
I don't even know what
Silence.
Silver Quill Silence had done.
I didn't know what it did too until today. Absolutely don't know. But basically, you choose an online card if they play it.
That is not a particularly strong magic card.
It's a 3/2. It's just randomly a 3/2.
Yeah, but like the downside is not they can't cast it. It's not meddling mage.
It's the worst.
The downside is they do it anyway.
It's the worst possible meddling mage. Yeah.
Yeah, it seems like not good enough to me.
This is also the first him deck we've seen.
I mean, it's a 3/2 for 2. I guess it's part of your semi-beatdown fair play.
Nothing in this deck particularly seems good enough to me, but you know, here they are in top 16, and I'm not. So.
I mean, this is the only him deck, I think, or the first him deck we've seen so far.
Yeah, wow. God, him did not have a showing this season, did it, compared to previous season? Remember season 4 when people were playing just like random vampires and 4 hymns, and it was like the best deck.
Well, people are playing like 3-minute draw 6s, so
yeah.
How could you really play him?
And Treasure Cruise was at a high even for PD, I think, this season.
Yeah, like look at the top, look at the decks that were in the top 8. Like 1, 2, 3. At least 3 of them were Treasure Cruise
decks. Yeah, this deck is so startlingly fair. It's terrifying to me. Also, Glinthawk literally can't come into play unless you play an Arkham's Astrolabe first. Is that correct?
Or Prophetic Prism.
Yeah, so they have 7 ways to enable their 7 ways to enable their Glinthawks.
Jeez, that is. And they also have Cool Skyfisher, which doesn't want to pick up anything else either. Although I guess once you have one,
lands, you can pick up lands. It's fine.
It's pretty bad in your 4-drop deck. But...
they came for a reason, and they came to kill me with this 4 Campbells.
Yeah, they have some pretty nice sideboard cards for.
I mean, I'm not gonna lie.
Combo hate.
Main deck Campbell is actually pretty great, especially against things like Ascendancy.
Yeah,
I mean
Ascendancy has more
make
answers.
Some reasonable creatures is okay in a fair matchup, and play hateful cards is okay in an unfair matchup, I guess.
I
feel like whenever I build decks like this, they're just bad. They're just like 42% against the field, and I give up on them very quickly. But
yeah,
maybe they found the right mix.
This might have been the most fairest deck actually in the top 16 so far. If you want to count Mono Red as fair.
It has quite a good power to
No, wait. I guess M-Dog is the fairest. They're the top fair deck.
Oh, yeah.
The Snow deck's pretty fair.
Yeah.
I like Witch's Vengeance. That's a cool card.
Yeah, that's a really cool card.
I don't particularly know what you do with it, but I think, like... I'm just trying to think of, like, archetypes that...
You just kill zombies and constructs, maybe.
Does Tempered Seal a lot of constructs? I mean, one...
No,
Food
probably
Golem,
not, because they're like mere. The Servo Exhibition is like meres.
Yeah, this is he also Scarecrow. It's today I learned.
Yeah, no, it's probably only good against zombies and elves.
Elves,
then, I guess.
yeah.
And goblins.
All right. Well, speaking of storm killers, I mean they are a storm killer.
Big fan of power word kill in this deck. That's interesting.
I think this card is way underplayed.
They have 3 heart effects in the main as well.
Yeah, I mean I think this card's way underplayed. To be fair,
if you can make him mana, you can play Victim of Night. Victim of Night's just the better power word kill, isn't it? Maybe not.
Doesn't
Maybe
kill
there are more zombies than there
vampires.
Are
like the best vampires, like Strongfork Noble.
Yeah.
So
Heartless Act also struggles there. You maybe don't want all your removal to struggle against a 1-drop.
Yeah, I actually like maxing out Blood Chief Thirst, but I don't know.
Yeah. You do. If you're playing white, you might as well. You've already got a bunch of cheap removal. Why don't you just play the Constant Judgment, right? I guess it's double
Yeah,
white.
you
But
could.
I think if you cast a double
But
white spell in your 4 Astrolabe, 3 Prophetic Prism.
yeah, they have
Yeah, it's actually interesting how they
18 sources of white. So
they're trying to
Council
fix
Judgment's
they're trying to
pretty-
fix
pretty
mana,
reasonable.
but they're base black. Like they're base black, but the mana doesn't need like too much.
Yeah, but they have a
fixing.
lot of white sources. They have
Yeah.
18 white sources in this deck.
Yeah.
So
The mana is so good this season. Actually.
Well, what do you mean 18? They have 18 lands plus 7 in the artifacts.
they have
25,
11
right?
lands plus 7 in the artifacts, right?
No.
Yeah,
Oh,
but
sorry. Yeah, sorry. I'm getting
24
Swanson.
sources of
Yeah.
black, or 24
Yeah.
sources of black or something ridiculous. They're
Yeah.
hitting on 2 anytime they want. Don't worry about that. But
Yeah.
double white's a little harder, but still very doable. Well, that's an interesting deck. I'd be really curious to see if it,
I
has a long
suspect
term
you
played
could
out
build
well.
this better if you'd like played more ETB creatures with your Glinthawks. Like you played I don't know, something that did something on ETB.
Yeah,
like
makes
for-
you discard or something.
Yeah,
I mean,
exactly, like Ravenous Rats or something.
I'm not gonna lie.
Elite Spellbinder or other cards that are not legal.
They definitely
Yeah.
came with a mission. They beat 3 storm decks here. 1, 2, 3. One of them was mine.
Or made it Campbell.
Yeah.
3 of the 5 wins against Storm. Yeah, that's legit.
Like
And
one of them.
I like playing. I do like playing these black-white piles into Reanimator. I generally feel that they're pretty good there too. So that's another matchup they face.
Yeah.
So.
This is one of the black-white victims. Is my deck here.
Ah, 38 spells. J-Mecha spells.
Yeah. I mean, I've never really played Storm in a long tournament, so this is the first time. I thought it was pretty tiring. I was pretty tired. I'm pretty tired
All
by
my
the end of this.
friggin' matches went long, yeah.
I lost to Infect,
It's
which
a big difference.
yeah, I definitely lost to
I
Infect,
think
which I
this
knew I
deck
was going to
is.
lose to.
I like this build for the most part. I think it's pretty reasonable. I would. I think it is kind of crappy that you have to play the Primal Amulets and the Nightscape Familiars, but obviously it's correct. I think you do have to play those cards.
Yeah, I mean,
Familiar is great. Familiar is great. I mean, look at Modern Storm. They play as many Familiars as they can get their hands on.
Yeah, but I mean,
Amulet's
like,
a 4-mana spell, which is really
but
depressing when you're trying to be a sensible combo deck.
you can argue that even Modern Storm, you don't really want to play those cards. You just kind of have to.
yeah. What was really interesting about Familiar was that, like, I was looking in research of, like, building this deck. I was looking at my old decks, and a lot of time, Familiar's been legal almost every season, and I had rarely played it. I played it in Season 3, but, like, all the other seasons, I'd just kind of, like, gone away
I guess
from
if you
it.
have enough rituals, you don't need a creature that can die.
Yeah. If you had access to Cabal Ritual, you would play Cabal Ritual instead, but you don't. So you
Yeah,
I mean, if you read John Finkel's stuff about Blue Red Storm back when it was first a thing, like pre and post Past in Flames, he's like banging on about how Electromancer makes 8 mana in a turn and it's so good, and it turns on their removal, but it's so good if it lives that it doesn't matter.
Yeah,
and
that's
I feel like it's the same here.
That's I think that's going forward. That's how I'm gonna
Makes your
build
frantic
these.
searches net mana.
Yeah.
It's
Because
really
a lot of my worries, I think, in the past were like, oh, if they just kill it, then I'm just down 2 mana. But like now, the way I've kind of played was like play it and then combo in the same turn. So
yeah, you can very much do that. And that's what you do in Modern as well, right? Against removal decks.
Yeah, usually that's the. I mean, not always, but like you can. It depends. Like if your opponent goes Tron land map, you just jam your thing on 2 and untap on 3 and kill them. But if they go,
land that makes
Verdant Catacombs go, then you don't jam into that.
No.
Personally, I don't think.
You often see them like play a ritual, then it gets bolted in response, then they play another ritual, then they play Manamorphose. It's like
yeah, exactly.
Got to get as much use out of this thing as possible.
I don't know. Other random notes.
Well, it's a good showing, Jay. I mean, top 16.
Other random notes. Play 4 Mind's Desire. Play 4 Cruise, or you're just wrong. I think you're just wrong if you don't play 4 Cruises.
Yeah,
I swear.
I came to this conclusion.
The argument of like not playing 4 Cruises is like, oh well, if you draw the first one early, then it's bad.
Yeah,
just discard it. You just discard it.
So you can also just game 1. I definitely start with 4 Cruise. Like if you expect that your opponent, out of either misguidedness or because they just have nothing better to bring in, will bring in spell bombs or something, then you can trim Cruises.
I usually end up bringing spell bombs.
Honestly,
get rid of all most of your creature removal and.
Spellbomb is so bad against this deck. It's actually the most like mis-sideboarded card.
It is. Also, you end up cycling your Spellbomb because you want cards to do something, and then they get to cruise the next turn anyway. It's so easy to put cards in your graveyard.
Yeah, and a lot of times you have dead cards you want to cut anyway, and all these Spellbomb cycles and can cut them off Cruise.
The problem is that no one
It
spellbombs.
rarely does.
No one ever
It really does. And
spellbombs.
I don't remember seeing Storm win without treasure cruising at some point.
Yeah, but the
this
problem is that
season,
like
so-
you can play through a spell bomb, or people just don't use
Yeah,
it in
pretty
the
easily.
correct turn, which is the same
Well-
turn you play it.
Well, well, you can do
That
the
is-
math, right? Like you should see how many cards they have in their graveyard, and then if they cast a frantic search, then you should respond with the spell bomb because they're about to have enough cards in their graveyard to do it.
Yeah, but they
Yeah,
never
but
do
you
it.
also don't want to hold up a mana forever to just for your spellbomb activation, so it's tricky.
They never do
Yeah,
it right.
for sure. But also like the other consideration is that you would just have so many, dead cards in your deck to begin with.
I mean,
Yeah, I bring it in all the time against Storm, but I don't expect it to win the game.
even like
Yeah.
post spell bomb, I could just like double planning or something and just kind of do it over
Yeah.
again.
Yeah, for sure. But
Um,
then like if you didn't have the spell bomb, you'd be in an even worse spot. Like that's not really an argument. Like it's
It's barely a speed bump, is what you're saying.
Yeah.
I agree.
Stern dismissal was great. Fear the Depth was fine. It's just a flex. I
Two
didn't
stern
know.
dismissal in the main. Is that just?
You have
I
to-
might not be able to
People
turn
were
for
literally
you,
playing at some point. People were literally playing main deck Rule of Law, and like main deck like Scab Clan Berserker. So it's like I have to have these hedges. So it's
There's a lot of Storm in League.
for a while I had like Wipe Away, which I still think is a fine card, but yeah, some people just like play these like goofy things and
Yeah, Storm is there's actually more Storm decks than Reanimated decks this season. It's the most played non-top level archetype, as it were.
But yeah, it's just like these are flex cards. I think these slots are flex slots. I mean, you could just play whatever. Not my
Yeah, two
Cyborgs.
tendrils seems pretty straightforward. Leave the
Cyborg's-
correct number.
Cyborg's fine. Fisher actually came in the clutch today because someone temporal Fisher because someone played like a Orbs of Warding against me, and if I didn't have temporal Fisher, I had no way of beating that card. I have said zero way of beating that card.
Oh
I was
yeah,
like,
your
oh
bounce
my
is all stern
gosh.
dismissal, which doesn't hit artifacts.
Exactly. So it's like that's why I like Wipe Away, which I might if I played this deck again, maybe I'd play a Wipe Away, but I had no out to that whatsoever. Talrand is sweet. I love Talrand. But
I got Talrand in the tournament, but I won the other two games, so it's fine.
I didn't really tolerate anyone today. But
my opponent killed me going to 0 cards in library, 16 cards in hand, blah blah blah. Monsters there for 4,000, and with Talrand in play, but they never got to attack because they killed me with tendrils. So I didn't really get Talrand. Talrand witnessed my death.
2 decks to go. This is 15th place Captain Ajani playing an interesting reanimator list. Jund reanimator, but not really Jund.
What's the green for?
The green is basically
no green.
for. I mean, they're playing Llanowar Waste, but they're not playing any green spells.
It's just a meme.
Yeah, they're just.
That's
So
That's
they can activate life on life death.
that's kind of like not great because this is a good.
The last 5 damage.
This is actually a good idea if you
Llanowar
actually
Waste doesn't hurt you.
flesh out your
Doesn't hurt you,
sideboard.
really.
No, they could play because they could easily play like what Cemetery.
You can't really splash anything off 4 sources, can you?
You could play 9 swamps and then like 8 green. Yeah, of course you could.
Well,
you
then you're
have to
back to
change
playing.
this mana
Then
base.
you're playing tap lands again. In which case, you might as well just play red black.
Well, I mean, green is fine because then
No,
you
I
can
like it. It's
distance-
cute. I mean, the whole point of it is simply to maybe do the last 2 damage by animating all your lands or whatever. And I think it's cute. I think it's great. But I wouldn't go any further.
I would have played at least
mean-
like a disenchant or like a whatever will.
So something I read is that you can use Llanowar Waste to ping yourself with Villas in play to draw cards.
Oh,
And without costing any mana. That's beautiful.
it's
Yeah.
kinda
So
That's kinda
it's the
silly.
all the black plain lands that are legal reanimated deck.
Which is
I would have played more green.
And also-
stuff. I don't know.
I like
I was
it.
excited and now I'm not excited.
That's good innovation considering it's essentially a stock list. Like just to find the innovation in just the mana base is pretty cute.
That's fair, but I actually
I don't
now
know if
it
it's
makes
correct,
more
but
sense
it's
expanding on the
interesting.
green. I think it actually makes more sense now to me looking at this to expand the green sideboard, especially if you see a bunch of like ground seals. Because
If you wanna play-
black,
If you want to play a naturalize, you're going to have to find space for another like 7, 8, 9 green sources here, and I just don't know where they're going to go.
you can play cemeteries. Just play 4 cemeteries.
then you're
Let it
playing
rock.
Tapland
Then
Hell.
let it rock.
You can't turn one dark ritual and kill them when you've got your
Yeah,
one land.
no one likes to
I
let
think
it
the whole
rock
point of
here.
this deck, like if you're doing that, just play red black with Faithless Looting.
No, there's
then you
no
get
that.
Faithless Looting, which
The
is-
guys don't have heart. Okay,
I
you
mean-
gotta have some heart
I mean,
sometimes.
you're just making an argument to be different for the sake of being different, but I don't really find it to be convincing.
I don't know.
J Mecca believes in the
I think
art
if
of
it,
cards.
if there's a world of ground seal, you have to like fight against that, and it makes your deck slower, sure, but
I mean, Ground Seal is not even good against this deck because this deck is designed to do the thing on turn 1 or die. So
it's fair.
Yeah,
I
you just
wouldn't
kind of
wanna be
mulligan
on-
to a hand that does the thing, and the worst
Yeah.
case scenario is it does it on turn 2,
yeah,
and you might be on the play. So,
yeah.
I mean, you might be,
So-
you know,
So
you
I
have
don't
to
even
kind of
know.
be on the draw and have one of the slower hands to not.
Yeah, to actually play
Ground
no
Seal.
Ground Seal. Yeah.
All right, last deck of the top 16. Jeskai Jokelhops. The lone, I guess, air quotes
Ooh.
control deck. I don't know if you want to
I
call
played
it
against
this.
this in the league a lot, and when I was first playing against it, I just couldn't seem to lose to it, and by the end, I couldn't seem to beat it. I'm not sure what changed. I think maybe it was because 2 for 1 for 2 started playing it, and he was very good with it, and started beating me, outplaying me, whereas the previous pilots were not.
I've made this rant before about seeing this deck on stream, and then kind of got shut up when I won a tournament. But it's not good to like Jokelhops your winning conditions at all.
Yeah, I totally
Yeah,
agree.
it's weird, isn't it? That it's not playing something like the Metalcraft Phoenix or something that
Like
just kind of
there's
is always available.
wait, is there a Metalcraft Phoenix? Wait, what?
There's a Phoenix
Well,
that costs 4
you-
or 5
yeah,
to
I
come
don't-
back.
You could just
That
play.
you can play it in your
Planeswalkers,
graveyard in your upkeep.
You could play.
You have
You could
Metalcraft.
play Apocryphite. You could play. There's like so many options.
You can play Planeswalkers.
Yeah.
You could play like Dark Steel Juggernaut.
Enchantments.
Dark Steel, yeah. What is the Assembled Legion?
Yeah,
Right.
Assemble the Legion would
There's
be
a
good
lot
one.
of things you could play that do not die to your Jokerhops. And instead
Yeah.
they're playing some like mid-range-ish, fairly good threats that die to your Jokerhops.
Like
Yeah,
Dreamtrawler
which
is great.
I
Don't get
guess-
me wrong. I think Dreamtrawler probably deserves a spot for sure.
Well, I think you could sideboard the Dream Trawlers.
Yeah.
Dream Trawler's kind of like against fair decks, Dream Trawler's the same thing
Right.
as Jokerhops, right? You
Yeah.
accelerate to 6 mana, then you play the thing they can't beat.
Yeah.
So it kind of makes sense, right? When you don't draw the Jokerhops, you play the Dream Trawler. If you draw both, well, you'll do whichever is better, or probably one then the other. So
Yeah,
I
But
don't
that's the
think
problem.
Dream Trawler-
Right,
but
that's-
Tectonic
that's-
Giant is a really interesting choice when you consider like
Also, you're playing 8
Recursive
mana
thing.
leaks, which is terrible with Tectonic Giant. Or I guess 7. So you're playing 8.
I was
4
gonna,
mana.
I was
they're
gonna
not
say
cards you
you're.
want to. Well, you can play them until the end of your next turn, so you can telegraph them to your opponent.
I mean,
Oh,
I was
right.
gonna, I
Which
thought
is
you were gonna
really
say.
good with- which is very good with mana leaks specifically because.
I thought you were gonna say Manlick is bad against a deck with 11 tap lands, 4 of which don't
No.
add blue.
Well, also like 4 mana leak and 3 loose focus is almost certainly the wrong split, but that's fine. Whatever.
Loose Focus has been so good this season.
It's gonna be
I
the.
went
It's,
from,
it's
like,
just gonna be
surely
our
it's worse than
mana
mana
league.
leak because it's worse on turn 2, all the way through to like I probably won't play a deck without 4 Loose Focus in it this season.
Yeah,
It's so good.
we're gonna
Yeah.
see
So
it
good
for a
against
while.
Storm
It,
and Encounter Wars. It's just fabulous.
definitely gonna see this deck
Yeah.
card for a while. But yeah, I wonder if like these cleansing. I guess it's just common, right? Is this priced out cleansing wildfire? Because these decks were really interesting, just like the wildfire itself ramp.
Yeah, I think there's something here, but I think it's not optimized, and I think it falls victim to the Penny Dreadful of like people just net decking the same bad list over.
Anything
and over.
Wildfire costs
Oh.
a cent, so
Yeah,
we will still be this next season.
I mean, I think the first time I saw it was against or with Briar Moss's like Dragonstorm list. I was like, oh, that's cool. But like, now
Yeah.
I'm seeing it like all these other lists. Like Chokop seems fine. I saw this in like a Storm list. And I was like, okay, like that's fine too, I guess. But I just wonder how like good this
I mean,
sort of engine can
it's-
be.
Yeah, it's fine.
This might be, and now I'll just I guess to expand that point. I think this might be probably the best application for it, maybe, just because you already want these indestructible lands anyway. So why not?
Yeah.
This sideboard, definitely Clarion. I loved it. I was actually like really close to playing some sort of like goofy, definitely Clarion, Tectonic Giant deck.
Yeah.
It's actually so goofy, but I don't know. I had it in my
feel like
brain.
somebody
for a
needs to
while.
make control good in Penny Dreadful. I tried this season, but
I mean,
I played so badly in this tournament.
I think control is
Unfortunately.
fine. It's just like it's a matter of like playing well all the time, which is really hard with the control.
Yeah. I actually couldn't tell you what my record would have been if I hadn't punted, because I punted in essentially every game I lost at some point.
Like every
Even if it's
decision.
just even if it's just putting the two cards you're not going to draw immediately back in the wrong order with ponder, and then going, oh shit, I've got an opt in hand. I should have put the one I don't want on top. Like that kind of shit happens all the time, and like you have to get all that right to win. It's
This
tricky.
guy also did not want to lose the storm. Blossoming Calm, Rule. Blossoming Calm is so annoying. But I don't think it's better
Blossom
than,
Calm, I feel like you can find your duress sometime during your big turn.
you know,
Like I feel like Rule of Law is a lot better, but
no, Rule. I
it's just
mean,
But
just sandbagging and Blossoming Calm.
wouldn't they just respond to the duress with the blossoming calm and then you still time walk them? I mean, I guess you get to go
Exactly.
again next turn if you don't.
Well, then you have to wait
Yeah,
2
but you can kind of
turns.
stop with 6 cards in hand or whatever, can't you? You know, once you've
Yeah.
fired off the like those turns kind of are almost infinite, aren't they? So if you do find out there's a Blossoming Calm and it gets fired off, you can probably stop with 5 or 6 cards in hand, or just treasure cruise and then pass the turn or whatever.
I would bring it in against Storm though, but I mean, I see.
Oh, 100%. I mean, I put it in my sideboard for like Storm and maybe him. I found that it got duressed,
Yeah, I actually like it as a counter spot to him. I didn't think about that.
Well, you have to have untapped white mana, though, otherwise you only want it on the play. So not many decks have that. Not many decks care that much about him and have untapped white mana on turn 1, but maybe you can have a sideboard card that you only want on the play. It's not impossible to imagine.
Life is easy.
Life is Easy probably loves that card because it gains life and turns off some shit and makes the game go on even longer.
Right.
Maybe you can play that like Monk of the
Life
Open
is Easy
Hand
did
deck.
not top 16 the PD 500, but it also did not enter, I suspect.
Yeah. That is it for top 16. I don't know if there's any interesting decks you guys wanted to talk about.
I think it's interesting that we had a kind of probably more defined meta than ever this time around. Like, we had one surprising deck in that top 16, right? The white black. And the other things are all known quantities. So PD, I mean, there's been a lot of play this season, even though it's a short season. And the good players played the good decks and won. It was kind of almost like a normal format.
Yeah, I think
kind of like modern.
I think Infect
really,
just like I don't know if like
closer.
Ribbons did not quite.
Ribbons lost 3 in a row.
Yeah. I watched
after
one at
5 a.m. Australian time, having stayed.
I'm not trying to put them on the spot. It's just interesting, right?
I remember. I did remember them watching the snow matchup where they're like going even on cards, and then the snow deck revelation for 5 cards, and then played 2 Treefolk and killed them, which was insane. I was like, wait, what kind of sequence was that? That was like such a silly sequence.
Getting everybody down to nothing with a couple of Nevermakers in play looked good for a moment, and then a Treefolk followed by Glacial Revelation.
Yeah,
was not happy.
It was pretty crazy.
14 Treefolk or whatever.
Yeah, I mean, so I want to try my Dreadnought list and did not do well, but they played hard matchups. They actually played really hard matchups. They won the mirror. That's good.
It was a good tournament. It was the fastest top 8 we've ever had.
That was good.
Until like 8 p.m. All the rounds were pretty quick.
Well, I guess it's like 9 now, but we've been talking a lot. But I guess.
It's 6 p.m. for me.
Yeah.
All right. Well, good stream,
good
Jay
stuff.
Becker.
Yeah.
Right.
Thanks for joining me.
No worries.
Yeah, thanks for streaming.
See you for PD Sunday tomorrow, where I'm going to redeem myself by going 7-0.
Maybe.
Possibly with a different deck.
We'll see. It's football day. I watch football.
I think we got to be prepared for the new Infect meta. I think there's going to be a lot of people net decking that, which is great because Infect's like a deck you can interact with.
Yeah, I was just going to mention
my 4 Chain Lightning 4 Incinerate deck.
I was just going to mention as a final thought was that like I honestly was expecting Infect, but not in this capacity. I didn't think that like people would catch on that hard.
I think
Crazy Veilers did 5-0 about like 6 times.
Yeah, and also that it's actually a good deck. But yeah, I think it's very well positioned, and I think that I mean my losses were getting scammed by Reanimator, the Mirror, and Red Deck wins. So So it goes.
Yeah, you've got to expect to lose to Riddick Wins, but Riddick Wins is like at an all-time low this season. So
Correct. And it's not even.
right
I think the matchup is better than it's ever been. Like you're. I wouldn't say.
Probe is legal. You've got a one drop. Riddick Wins is at an all-time low.
Yeah.
Awesome.
Yeah.
Good stuff. And our new player who's barely played Penny Dreadful before took the whole thing down. So.
Well, we've had that happen before.
When they make the movie, it'll be interesting.
A movie. We have a movie deal coming up that we don't know about.
Yeah. No Planeswalkers.
I mean, there were no Planeswalkers in the top 16.
Correct.
Maybe I'll change that. There should have been Planeswalkers in that Joker Hops list. I swear.
When is the kickoff? Is it 2 weeks today? We should say.
2 weeks from today. Yeah, I think so.
Yeah. So join us for the kickoff, which is also $100 and something or $200 and something tournament.
Yeah.
2 weeks.
150
today.
It's a 150. I don't remember.
It's a weird number. It's like 179 or something.
Yeah.
Because we put the nice round number into the 500. Thanks, Card Hoarder. Thanks for running the tournament, Jimmy.
Yes, that was fun. Even though we messed up round one really bad.
I don't know how that happened. I do not know how that happened.
Four of us looked at the buys and we all messed up. Because I think they registered the exact last second. I think that's where
they must have. They must have. They must have. It's the only explanation.
Because maybe I didn't refresh and look again, like for the third time.
Yeah, we all had one loaded from 10:29.
Right.
Reg exactly on 10:30 or whatever. All right. Peace.
Peace out.
See you later.
Thanks for this.
All right. Again, thanks for watching. Appreciate everyone's support. I have so many viewers still. I'm gonna leave. It's been a bit. That was a solid 7.5 hour tournament / stream. But thanks again. Thanks for watching. Appreciate it. If you're watching on the YouTube, follow, subscribe, whatever. Congrats to CD Newland on winning the PD 500. Pretty great. Congrats to all the top 8ers, top 16. And thanks for joining me. So we're going to sign off right now. Have a good one.